Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Your Excellency, Your Honors, distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, and honorees. My name is Lauren Ormsby, and I'm a partner at Bernstein, Litowitz, Berger, and Grossman. My firm, together with Epic and the Huntington Bank, are co-sponsors of this amazing New York City Bar third annual International Law Conference on the Status of Women. This conference is also co-sponsored by the New York State Bar Association and the American Bar Association. I'd like to welcome all of you to this special conference that is dedicated to celebrating the women working to make our world a safer, more secure, and better place for women and girls. Today, we will hear from almost 24 advocates who are fighting for the human rights of women and girls. These women understand that if we want to increase the level of humanity and empathy in this world, we must start by elevating the status of women and girls in every country, every society, and every community on every continent. No woman or girl can be left behind. Today, we celebrate International Women's Day, and this year, for the first time ever, the International Day of Women Judges on March 10th. This conference is held in the lead up to the 66th regular session of the Commission on the Status of Women at the United Nations, which will take place starting on March 14th. We're here to celebrate amazing women and the important work we do. With them comes hope for a brighter future. It cannot go unnoticed, of course, that this is a particularly frightening and tragic time in the world, with a terroristic invasion waged in Europe and thousands of people dead already, women and children among them. Sadly, women and girls face additional crises throughout the world. We dedicate today to the women and girls of Ukraine and Afghanistan, but also to women in South and Central America, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, who are facing tremendous violence due to wars and armed conflict, leading to the forced exodus of many from their homes. Women and girls now make up half of the world's 86 million refugees, a number that has increased by well over 1 million in just the past week. Together with displaced persons and refugees, there are 150 million homeless people in the world, the majority of whom are women and children. And even today, while women are often the caretakers and first responders when crisis hits, their voices are often left out of the policies that are designed to protect them. In addition to poverty and other issues that all refugees may face, women refugees have an added layer of oppression from gender discrimination and violence. Marginalized women, included refugees and displaced persons, as well as those facing extreme poverty, face sexual and gender-based violence and child marriage, many as they are facing conflict and seeking shelter. Moreover, COVID-19's constraints trap many women and girls with their abusers, leading to a spike in domestic abuse worldwide. There's not enough time in one day to tackle all of the critical issues facing women throughout the world, but today's conference will address some of these issues. The program today consists of 3 panels, which will focus on separate legal and policy issues confronting women around the world. The 2021 priority theme of the UN Commission on the Status of Women focused on women's full and effective participation and decision-making in public life, as well as the elimination of violence. Today's first panel follows up on that theme by discussing the pursuit of justice for women who have been victims of grave atrocities in conflict zones and modern-day genocides. This panel will explore the engagement of survivors of such violence in the process of justice and the use of universal jurisdiction to convict the perpetrators of the most serious international crimes. The second panel will explore the UN Commission on the Status of Women's 2022 theme of achieving gender equality and empowerment in the context of climate change, environmental and disaster risk reduction policies and programs. And our third panel will provide gripping, firsthand, behind-the-scenes accounts of the dire plight of Afghan women judges, prosecutors, and lawyers, including those who remain trapped in the country today, as well as those who have escaped, as we celebrate the sisterhood of these courageous and inspiring women worldwide who are continuing to fight for the women and girls and the future of Afghanistan. In addition to celebrating the women advocates who are out front fighting for women and girls with the Epic Women Organization and Huntington Bank Her Hero Awards, we are here to celebrate the work of Her Excellency Pramila Patten, the United Nations Under Secretary General and Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict. 5 years ago, Secretary General Antonio Guterres appointed Pramila Patten of Mauritius as his special representative on sexual violence in conflict at the level of Undersecretary General. Ms. Patten, here with us today, a practicing barrister at law, served since 2003 as a member of the Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. She brought solid and diversified judicial expertise in sexual and gender-based violence, as well as expertise in women, peace, and security issues to her role as Undersecretary General. Since her appointment, Undersecretary General Patten has given a voice to the voiceless on a global scale. She and her staff have helped governments and policymakers around the globe understand how sexual violence is used as a modern day and ever-growing ubiquitous tactic of war and terrorism. Undersecretary General Patten has bravely spoken out for the rights of women and girls in Afghanistan, the Central African Republic, Colombia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Iraq, Libya, Mali, South Sudan, the Syrian Arab Republic, Yemen, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Cote d'Ivoire, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Nigeria, Myanmar, and most recently, on the threats posed to the women and girls of Ukraine. Pramila Patten has recently courageously advocated for the rights of children born of sexual violence to be given what is their human right, the right to a name, a birth certificate, and the rights of their mothers who are born children of rape to keep the children, even when their own communities shun them both. She's also championed compensation for survivors of sexual violence so that society also contributes to the burden that each survivor bears. Undersecretary General Patten has also worked recently to bring to light the stark consequences of COVID-19 on vulnerable victims of domestic violence. As the Undersecretary noted last year, conflict is compounded by this pandemic, which impacts very negatively on survivors of sexual violence, making women and girls a lot more vulnerable to sexual violence and impacting reporting, because the normal channels for reporting and documenting abuse did not operate fully during the pandemic. Perhaps no other official on earth understands what sexual violence does to women and girls, hollowing them out from the inside with the burden they physically and psychologically carry for their entire lives. Undersecretary General Patten, today we wish to honor and celebrate you. We thank you for your extraordinary work in the areas of the safety and security of women and girls. We are delighted that for the third year in a row, you have agreed to attend this event. On behalf of all of the attendees and sponsors, we are so grateful for your presence because you have helped elevate this event to the stature of what it is today. You have an open invitation from the New York City Bar Association, the New York State Bar Association, and the American Bar Association, and many more bar associations around the world to partner and collaborate with us and your Excellency's office. Consider us your partners in justice. For the safety and security of all women and girls, let's take this journey together to create a strong sisterhood for the global good of humanity. Without further ado, please welcome Undersecretary General Pramila Patten.
Thank you, Lauren, for these kind words, and good morning and good afternoon to all of you. I'll start by wishing all of you a happy International Women's Day. I am so honored to be among such great women and to be addressing the New York City Bar Association on this International Women's Day at the 3rd Annual International Law Conference on the Status of Women. I'm also humbled to be amongst the honorees of the Epic Women Organizations Award for 2022. The New York City Bar Association's commitment to international affairs and cooperation, human rights and gender justice makes it truly a world leader for those like me who have practiced law, demonstrating what local bar associations can do to ensure a commitment to the rule of law at local, national, and global levels. I join you, Lauren, in having a special thought for the women of Ukraine, Ethiopia, in Tigray, but also Afghanistan. Now, more urgently than ever before, we need that commitment to multilateralism, the rule of law, and gender equality. And today's International Women's Day comes at a time of great global turbulence marked by multiple intersecting crises in which women's rights and physical and economic security are under threat. As the Secretary General has rightly stated, the world is too small for so many hotspots. Over the past year, my mandate has monitored the conflict in Tigray, Ethiopia, which has resulted in women being driven from their homes by violence, including rape and gang rape, often committed at gunpoint, with a level of cruelty beyond comprehension. Our attention was also focused on women in Afghanistan, who must navigate the new reality of Taliban rule under the most perilous humanitarian circumstances, which has turned back the clock on women's rights. We have seen global pandemic recovery intersect with an epidemic of coup at an unprecedented level in modern times, from Myanmar to Sudan to Central African Republic, Mali, where sexual violence has been reported, including against peaceful women protesters, and in Mali and Guinea, where justice processes for sexual violence survivors have faced setbacks and delays. I have recently called upon the parties to the conflict in Ukraine to ensure the protection of women and girls from sexual violence, including the hundreds of thousands displaced both internally and to third countries, in accordance with international humanitarian law and Security Council resolutions. And conflict continues to march on in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, Syria, South Sudan, and elsewhere. Century after century, women have been treated as the spoils of war. Since time immemorial, rape has been used to control women's sexuality, labor, and reproduction, to shred the social fabric, to conquer territories and populations, and to crush the enemy's morale and will to resist. From the wars of antiquity to the complex security landscape of the 21st century, looting, pillage, and rape remains the trilogy of wartime terror. And the effects are magnified when the perpetrators hold positions of power, which further erodes trust and confidence in governance institutions. Historically, mass rape has been met with mass impunity, barely receiving a line in war reporting or courts martial. In male-dominated security discourse, rape was ranked lowest on the hierarchy of wartime horrors, as a lesser evil relative to the lethal violence of the battlefield. It was dismissed as cultural and collateral rather than criminal, a private tragedy rather than a tactic, a side issue rather than a threat to our collective security. Since the conflicts of the early 1990s in the Balkans and Rwanda, and the work of feminist groups, a new policy consensus has emerged. Today, sexual violence is less tolerated and more regulated. It is less silenced and more systematically reported. More diplomatic measures to prevent, mitigate, and address wartime rape have been put in place over the past 20 years than in the rest of human history combined. And this includes a series of 10 robust Security Council resolutions on women, peace, and security, half of which are specifically focused on combating conflict-related sexual violence. 8 sanctions regimes now include sexual violence as part of their designation criteria, which puts past and potential perpetrators on notice. More women blue helmets and women protection advisors have been deployed to the field, and conflict-related sexual violence is routinely included in the mandates of peacekeeping missions as a core protection of civilians' objective. There are also more prosecutions of sexual violence at both the national and international level, including most recently in the Maya Achi cases in Guatemala, and the case of Anwar from the Syrian Intelligence Service, who was prosecuted for crimes including sexual violence in the Koblenz trial in Germany. Despite this, War's oldest crime remains a constant threat with every new wave of warfare. Achieving tangible change will require a paradigm shift in the way we confront peace and security challenges. No amount of protection or assistance is a substitute for peace, inclusive democracy, and the rule of law. And addressing sexual violence is an integral part of broader political and democratic transitions. In that context, policies of zero tolerance for war crimes against women cannot carry zero consequences. All tools must work in tandem to compel parties to comply with international law and to safeguard women at risk, including legislative reform, training of judges and security sector personnel, monitoring, and accountability. This comprehensive approach is reflected in the 11 joint communique and frameworks of cooperation that my office has signed with conflict-affected countries to anchor national ownership. A shift in paradigm and perspective is also essential to ensure that local realities guide the global search for solutions. The survivor-centered approach, which I have made a priority of my mandate from day one, aims precisely to amplify first-hand frontline perspectives and has now been anchored in Security Council Resolution 2467, adopted in 2019. This approach views survivors not as passive beneficiaries, but as the co-creators of solutions. Critically, it does not only apply to relief and recovery, but also to upstream prevention efforts. Local women are often the first to raise the red flag about impending security threats, and yet they are still the last to be heard and heeded by security authorities at the local, national, and global levels. Despite these challenges, my mandate continues to work towards sustainable solutions and to turn commitments on paper into compliance in practice. Last year, on the 19th of June, the International Day for the Elimination of Sexual Violence in Conflict, my office launched model legislative provisions and guidance on the investigation and prosecution of conflict-related sexual violence. This tool is based on best practices at both national and international level and is intended to be used by practitioners and legislators to ensure survivor and victim-sensitive justice for conflict-related sexual violence. My team of experts on the rule of law on sexual violence in conflict continues to deploy to conflict zones, including during the pandemic, namely to the Central African Republic, Guinea, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, as part of efforts to strengthen national capacity to ensure that governments can address impunity for these crimes. The UN Action Against Sexual Violence in Conflict Network, which I chair, and which has grown to 21 entities across the full range of peace and security, human rights and justice, humanitarian and development actors in the United Nations system for coordination and catalytic projects on the ground. We continue to address emerging issues important to the welfare of survivors. My office recently compiled a special report of the Secretary General on the rights and needs of survivors who become pregnant as a result of sexual violence in conflict and children born of wartime rape, with concrete recommendations to ensure that national policies uphold the rights of survivors and the children born of such violence, including national policies and laws that ensure their rights and prevent all forms of discrimination against them. Other recommendations in the report include the need to ensure that there is funding for multi-sectoral assistance, including legal assistance, medical and psychosocial services, and sexual and reproductive care, including access to emergency contraception and safe termination of unwanted pregnancy, and socioeconomic reintegration for survivors and all of their dependents. I urge you to read the report on this important yet historically invisible subject. My mandate also continues to support survivor-sensitive demands for reparations, including by assisting countries to adopt reparation laws. But we are still struggling with implementation gaps, especially in terms of financing and ensuring adequate budgetary allocations for the implementation of these laws. I can assure you that reparations are what survivors of sexual violence demand most from justice processes, but receive least. And we must, as an international community, do better. My office is not merely reactive to events, but aims to prevent conflict-related sexual violence from occurring in the first instance. To this end, we are currently developing a robust prevention strategy to address the root causes of conflict-related sexual violence and to save succeeding generations from this scourge. In addition, the annual report of the Secretary General on conflict-related sexual violence, compiled by my office and due to be debated by the Security Council next month, is focused on structural prevention and resilience building against the backdrop of increasing militarization, reprisals against women's human rights defenders and activists, and shrinking civic space. I would be remiss not to mention for a moment this year's priority theme for the Commission on the Status of Women, namely empowering women and girls and achieving equality in the context of climate change, environmental and disaster risk reduction. Unless we take urgent measures now, as countries face pressures from climate change, we will see conflict over resources, both geopolitically and domestically, risk to the stability of already fragile governments and economies, and increasing forced migration and displacement. All of these are risk factors for conflict-related sexual violence against women and girls. However, we are not powerless, and women and girls, including survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, have often become activists and agents of change. Let me conclude by noting that the New York Bar Association has a key role to play in the fight against conflict-related sexual violence and gender equality more broadly, through the reports of your various committees, through the pro bono work that you do, and the experience you can share with other bar associations, both within the United States and abroad. If the unprecedented events of our time have taught us anything, it is that we need international cooperation and respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms to make progress on global challenges. Gender equality is the #1 predictor of peace, more so than a nation's level of development, democracy, or religious and ethnic identity. I hope on this International Women's Day that we can recommit ourselves to the cause of women and girls globally and to ending the scourge of sexual violence, which serves to oppress and silence them in times of war and peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Undersecretary General, for those beautiful and important remarks. We are so honored to have you with us today, this third year that you're with us. We follow your work, we honor your work, and your work is extremely important to the New York City Bar, as well as so many other bar associations around the world. And we look forward to collaborating with Your Excellency to continue your outstanding work. We will now move into the first panel. My name is Catherine Van Kampen. I am an attorney with Bernstein, Litowitz, Berger, and Grossman. I am a colleague of Lauren Ormsby, who opened this conference. And we are so grateful today on International Women's Day to have all of you with us today. And in particular, to honor and celebrate the women in our world who are doing the very, very hard work every single day of supporting women and girls. This is no easy task. And in fact, we will hear from some of our panelists about the challenges that they undertake on a daily basis to address the issue of this panel, which is violence against women, ending impunity, and the global pursuit of justice This is a follow-up. This panel is a follow-up from last year's theme on the Commission on the Status of Women that focused specifically on this topic. Today, we have Dr. Elizabeth Sehenter, visiting scholar at Emory University, Jacqueline Mercatate she is the founder of the Genocide Survivors Foundation. We have Esther Digemans from Geneva, who is the executive director of the Global Survivors Fund. We have from Texas, Annie McAdams, a legal trailblazer who works every day to stop corporations from supporting, aiding and abetting human trafficking and the cyber exploitation of victims, 90% of whom are women and girls. 75% of the victims of human trafficking are, again, women and children. And we also are so honored to have Jana L. Walker with us. She is a senior attorney at the Indian Law Resource Center. Ladies, welcome. Welcome on this special day. I'd like to open our panel to hear first from Dr. Sehenter regarding the trends that she sees in women's rights and how this compares to history. Dr. Sehenter.
You're muted. Oh, give me a second. You're still muted. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Katrin. Thank you for inviting me. It is a true pleasure and honor to be here today on this special day with so many distinguished women. I will focus my remarks on violence, and I have a limited time given by me to Katrin, so I will stick to my time. And my remarks will have two parts. First, I will briefly overview legal issues, what I see legal issues related to legal architecture dealing with women's rights and violence against women. And second, I will offer some perspective from the perspective of social science and evolutionary science. We all know that the Universal Human Rights began in 1948 with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It was a milestone document, even though it was non-binding. It was fundamental in that even though it only spoke about rights of human persons and human beings, it made clear in 4 places that women are clearly included in that definition. And Universal Declaration took a perspective of sameness of men and women, implying a strategy of formal equality and non-discrimination, using 2 underlying assumptions of inherent dignity of every human being and commitment to non-discrimination. As a result of the Universal Declaration, there was a whole slew of treaties that developed, mostly in a kind of, I think of them in a regional context. So for example, in an African context, we have the famous Maputo Protocol, which dealt with violence against women. In the inter-American context, we have the Convention de Belém da Pará, which dealt with the same topic. In Europe, we have a bunch of treaties. But there was slow realization that the approach of sameness is not working because we need to refocus on the differences between men and women. Men and women live in similar cultures, live in the same cultures, but they are treated differently. And sex is actually the first factor that determines your place in a position in society. I mean, when the baby is being born, it is born as boy or girl, typically, and that is the first thing that you are told about the baby being born. And even mothers, there's plenty of studies to show that even mothers treat boy children very differently than girl children. They breastfeed them differently, they pick them up differently. So the enculturation starts very, very early. And even though women can be discriminated like men, for example, we can be denied voting rights or participation in education, we face the double burden because we are discriminated particularly for the fact that we are able to conceive and give birth. And therefore, most women, many women, and in history, many women have been denied the most basic agencies over their own health, autonomy, and reproductive choices. And violence against women is often culturally and religiously sanctioned. Therefore, this realization that women face the double burden led to a series of meetings and important developments between 1993 and 1995. We all know about them: Vienna, DDAF, Cairo, Beijing, an optional protocol to CEDAW, all of which basically asserted that women have a right to be protected from violence. And it was finally openly spoken that women's rights are human rights, or human rights are women's rights. Ever since 1995, there is also very strong backlash that was created against the rights of women. And I would say it was almost an apex of development of legal rights. The only other high point I would say is Istanbul Convention in 2014. And even though it's a Council of Europe treaty that was signed by 45 countries, including European Union, even that treaty has faced a lot of reservations. For example, Turkey withdrew, Slovenia and Bulgaria have huge backlash against it. Poland announced intention to leave, etc. So even the conventions in Europe are having issues, and this is one of the most forthcoming, most forceful convention dealing with violence against women. And when you look at the backlash, I have a quote here, which I think is very interesting and kind of exemplify what it means to women. The quote comes from Mr. Jurek, who was a leader of the Christian Science Congress, and he said the following things. And I quote, "We do not reject various clauses of the Istanbul Convention. We reject its entire philosophy. Because the idea of family, if you follow the natural order of things, means that women and men should live in harmony in two different spheres. Women should be gladly devoted to motherhood and taking care of their husbands and relatives, committed to their marriage, and gladly obeying their husbands. The family, such family, is based on solidarity, love, and fidelity. And hence, there is no need for domestic violence." Now, that is an amazing statement in more ways than one, but what it shows you that we have a true civilizational clash of values, two completely incompatible versions of the world and the role and the value of women. And in the second part of my presentation, I want to use some evidence from science to look what the hell is this natural order of things that is being used to deny us the rights, basic human rights. Let me start with the societies in which we live. We are told that this is natural order of things, that women are subordinated to men. That is actually not the case. Anatomically modern humans appear about 50,000 years ago. And from about 50,000 years ago to about the beginning of Holocene, which is 12,000 years ago, we lived as humans in something called hunting-gathering societies. And we as anthropologists often call them originally affluent societies. Why? Because those people were able to fulfill their subsistence needs by about 20 hours per week of total labor. So they had tons of time to engage in other activities. From the women's perspective, these were small groups between 8 to 15 to 50 people, and women had a birth spacing which was fairly large. On average, 1 to 2 live children per lifetime of women. That meant that women were able to engage in all kinds of other activities. And the lifestyle was acting as a natural contraception because, for example, there was lack of masticable foods that you could easily give to a baby. Therefore, women were breastfeeding the children much longer. Women were leaner. There was lack of body fat. Therefore, the menarche was late and menopause was early. And because of that, there was equality of person, relative equality of person. The other thing that happened in this society, in Paleolithic societies, women had the ability to move from one group to another. There was no strong possession of men over women. And this apparent egalitarianism was reinforced by religions of the time. Those religions were egalitarian, they were men and female gods, they were not moralizing gods. And the earliest known human priest, you might want to know that the earliest known human burial of a priest is a woman shaman that was found in Dolny Vestonice 25,000 years ago, and she was the first female priestess, at least archaeologically not. However, something changes around 6000 BC. The population grows, and we see domestication, slow domestication leading toward sedentism and development of agriculture. And when you settle you have to spend a lot of time and you need lots of physical labor to clear the forest, to clear the fields. It's a heavy manual labor. And something that dramatically changes for women. Women become a property. Why? Because the birth rate suddenly increases. And the life, on average right now, women have from 12 to 18 births. 18 is really the maximum. But what it means for women that you are pregnant 12 years of your life, another 12 or more, you are lactating and taking care of a small baby. And your average lifespan is 40 years. There is no other life left for you. And so therefore, women are property because they are valuable. They can produce babies. And they are also becoming confined to the domestic sphere. There is lots of intergroup warfare. The groups are much larger. Ruling elites emerge. And this kind of state of affairs, what I call Neolithic societies, continue about until 19th century, when women again gain control over their reproduction and are able to deal with their own autonomy over their own bodies. Professor Jared Diamond from UCLA, who was my professor among others, always said that the biggest mistake of humanity was invention of agriculture and Neolithic culture. Let me use make two more points before I finish. Lots of people who talk about natural order of things refer to our genetic evolutionary origin. So for example, if we look at our closest relatives, which are the chimps, people use the Gombe chimps, which are famous through the studies of Dr. Jane Goodall, and those are patriarchal, violent, sexually dimorphic, male-dominated chimp societies. And we share 98% of DNA with them. However, what is less known is that there is another group of chimps in Congo. They are called bonobos or pygmy chimps, and they are exactly the same genetic difference from us. We share 98% of DNA with them, except they are matriarchal, peaceful, women lead the troops, and women use lots of alliances and use sex to actually achieve alliances. So therefore, the simple conclusion, our evolutionary ancestor, our evolutionary destiny is not our destiny either. And finally, I don't have time and I'm not going to go into it, just will make one point. The current science of genetics and epigenetics very clearly shows us that lots of conclusions about women being less intelligent than men or less capable than men are based on incredibly biased and poor science. And the one key takeaway from this that I want you to take is that intergroup variance is much higher than that intragroup variance is much higher than intergroup variance. And therefore, we cannot make those generalizations. And therefore, all the modern evidence from science suggests that women are not, by natural order of things, inferior to men, nor do they belong to the inferior sphere. In short, we need to rebut the assault on women's rights and gender equality that we are seeing with science, and therefore restore the momentum to the feminist cause. That's at least my view. Let me close with a quote from Professor Edward O. Wilson, famous Harvard professor, ecologist, myrmecologist, biologist. And Professor Wilson said the following: the real problem of humanity is the following. We have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. And here is my take, Elizabeth's take from Professor Wilson. The real problem of humanity is the following. We have Paleolithic emotions, outdated Neolithic institutions and beliefs, but maybe due to our godlike technology, we can finally move into a more equitable and humane world for women. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. And when we were planning this discussion, Elizabeth and I were talking, and Elizabeth said something to me, and I hope you'll repeat it now, about human rights. Do you remember what you said to me this weekend? You said that
many things, Catherine.
Yes, we said many things, but okay. So panelists, please unmute yourselves because we're going to have a nice conversation now, and it's going to just jump in as you feel, as you feel like you can have something very important to say with regard to the topics that we're going to discuss. And especially, please let the audience know about the work that you're doing, and what drives you to do this work, why this work, preventing violence against women, stopping impunity, which is so widespread, and the global pursuit of justice. But I'll tell you, Elizabeth, I'll remind you what you said to me. And that was, you said that many times we assume that human rights are just.
Oh, yes, I know what you mean now. I can
okay, you want to say it?
Yes, I can say it. Now I remember what you're driving at. So
Okay.
Just to give you a background, I grew up in Poland, and it was a very dire time. I grew up under communist Poland when things were very gray and hopeless. But there was one thing that Polish women had, actually. We had lots of, at least formal equality under law for at least several generations. I remember when I came here, I was so surprised that women were, this was the first generation of women which was being educated. In Poland, it started earlier. But anyways, this was a historical thing. And what I did not realize that 20 years later or 30 years later, since I came here, I will be fighting for the rights that my mother fought for and my grandmother fought for. And that, if we kind of do not fight this fight. I want to fight it with science and rebutting all those horrible assumptions with science and data, but there are different ways of doing it. And I just believe that the rights are not granted. I have 2 daughters, and I want my daughters to, I want to leave better work for my daughters. So thank you very much for all of you who are doing such amazing work in that respect.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. 2 years ago, exactly, I was at a conference with the Tory Burch Foundation. I was selected to attend for my pro bono work with immigrant women and refugee women. And I had the honor of hearing Gloria Steinem speak. And she was speaking about the presidency of Barack Obama and the fact that we then got a very different president, and that there was an enormous backlash against the Obama presidency. And essentially she said that every time a certain group makes advancements in their rights, you should always expect a backlash. And I think that women, so our mothers, our grandmothers fought so much for our rights to have a career, our rights to be safe and secure, our rights to speak our minds. And we do see a backlash, even, for example, against things like this conference today, where you have people asking why is this conference occurring? And you sometimes have either the systematic silencing of women or behind the scenes whispering in women's ears, not to say the types of things that we say. But we're gonna have a great conversation. Jacqueline, I adore you and all of your work that you do at your foundation. I would love to have you tell the audience now the work that you do to both educate us about violence against women, the atrocities, the impact that it has on women. So Jacqueline, please start us off.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I also want to begin by saying how honored I am to be with all of you, particularly on this day as we celebrate International Women's Day. So my involvement in this work really stems from my own background as a survivor of the 1994 genocide in my native country of Rwanda. As many of you know, in 1994, Rwanda experienced one of the worst genocides in documented history, a genocide in which over 1 million people were murdered in just 100 days. And among those murdered was my own family, my entire immediate family, my parents, my 4 brothers, my 2 sisters, as well as most of my extended family. And surviving the genocide, I dedicated myself to raising awareness. I really felt that it's part of the reason that I had survived, is to be able to educate people about the crime of genocide and the fact that despite the never again that is has been repeated over and over again over the past decades. This is a crime that still happens even today, as we know. And so a few years ago, I started Genocide Survivors Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization that's based here in New York City. And our mission is twofold, is to educate people about the crime of genocide, as well as other forms of mass atrocity crimes, but also to provide comprehensive services to survivors of genocide. And part of our work in supporting survivors involves supporting women who were victims of rape and other forms of sexual violence during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. In talking about rape and other forms of sexual violence against Tutsi women, I always emphasize the fact that people have to understand this was not like a random act that happened to, few Tutsi women here and there. Rape and other forms of sexual violence was systematic. It was something that the genocidaires often incited Hutu men to carry out. So throughout the country, during those 100 days, women and girls were raped, gang raped, they were mutilated, often using branches of trees, sticks. Many of the women were intentionally infected with HIV/AIDS, and they live with that today. Many of the women, the Tutsi women, as a result of those repeated gang rapes, are today unable to have children of their own because their bodies were destroyed. I can talk about one particular survivor that we support. I'll call her Marie, and Marie was just in her late teens when the genocide happened, and she was repeatedly raped, gang raped, and she was thrown in a mass graves, and she did survive. But for the past almost 20 years now, since the genocide, Marie has been unable to even carry out basic actions, such as being able to stand and take shower. She's been bedridden for the past almost 20 years, 28 years now since the genocide, as a result of the sexual violence that she experienced during the genocide. And her story is not unique. Again, as I said, rape was encouraged and it was widespread during the genocide. I want to just quote one researcher who, in referring to sexual violence against women during the genocide against the Tutsi, she stated that sexual violence was not just a weapon. It was genocide in and of itself, a step in the process of destruction of the Tutsi woman, destruction of the spirit, of the will to live, and of life itself. And this is something that was recognized actually at the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. As many of you know, after the genocide, an International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda was set up by the UN Security Council. And the tribunal was tasked with bringing to justice the masterminds of the genocide. And one of the cases that the ICTR prosecuted was the case of Jean-Paul Akayesu. Some of you may be familiar with that case. And the Jean-Paul Akayesu case was the first case in which rape was defined as a crime that could constitute genocide. The trial chamber of the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda stated that rape and sexual assault constitutes acts of genocide insofar as they were committed, in the case of Rwanda, with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a targeted group. And the trial chamber found that this is what had happened in Rwanda to Tutsi women during the genocide. The chamber stated that these rapes resulted in physical and psychological destruction of Tutsi women, their families, and their communities. Sexual violence was an integral part of the process of destruction, specifically targeting Tutsi women and specifically contributing to their destruction and to the destruction of the Tutsi group as a whole. And this case, the Akayesu case, has really became an important legal precedent, which was later used at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, ICTY, and by other tribunals, such as the tribunal in Sierra Leone. So Rwanda really provided this precedent that I think is very important and step in trying to bring and to hold accountable the men who carried out these crimes, sexual crimes during the genocide against the Tutsi, and who do so in other contexts and environments of genocide and mass atrocities today. So our Genocide Survivors Foundation, the work we do with survivors involves advocacy for women who were raped during the genocide. It also involves supporting them, providing them with financial support. Survivors like Marie, as I said, who are not in a position to even care for their basic needs, making sure that survivors like her are supported. We also support women in the area of economic empowerment, where we try to support the victims of these sexual crimes who have income generating activities, business plans. We try to provide them with the support that they, the financial support that they need to be able to care for themselves and their families. And another program that I just want to highlight that we do in terms of supporting women who are victims of sexual violence during the genocide in Rwanda is this annual women retreat that Genocide Survivors Foundation been having in partnership with another organization in Rwanda called Survivors Fund. And we bring these women together. The first time that we did this retreat was a couple of years ago. And we were shocked that for many of these women, it was the first opportunity that they were, that they had to actually talk about what had happened to them during the genocide. And having these women in the same room, giving them a safe space to be able to talk about what had happened to them, to be able to share coping mechanisms and some of the, the trauma that they face every day. As I said, many of them live with the physical consequences of the genocide, HIV and AIDS. Many of them, ended up with unwanted pregnancies. So they will have children who were born from the rapes that they endured. And giving them the opportunity to come together and be able to share coping mechanism has been one of the programs that we run annually. We haven't been able to do it, unfortunately, the past 2 years because of the pandemic. The last one was just before the pandemic. But we do these programs because we believe that these women's voices need to be heard, that the world need to understand that, these women need support, as it was mentioned before. They need reparative justice, and rape and other forms of sexual violence. We have to start doing more to prevent this, particularly in the context of genocide and other mass atrocity crimes. Because despite the progress that has been made, we know and we heard from some of the previous speakers that this is something that that continues. We've been seeing it in Burma with the rape, the mass rape of Rohingya women, with the Yazidi women during the Yazidi genocide. We've been seeing it in Congo. We've been seeing it in Tigray, as it was mentioned in Ethiopia. So that this crime continues really demands all of our attentions and involvement. And our Genocide Survivors Foundation, we do our best to raise awareness about this issue, but also again to make sure that the survivors are supported. This is a core of our mission, is making sure that survivors are not forgotten, that they are supported, and that they are given a platform to share their stories and hopefully contribute to the prevention of these crimes continuing to happen.
Jacqueline, thank you so much. You are my hero. I think I told you that back in December when we both were honored at the Manhattan President's or the Borough of Manhattan President's office with humanitarian awards. You are my hero. Your bravery, your courage just speaks volumes. I've met several Rwandan survivors, including our sister Consoli Nishimwa. We're very, very proud of you, and we look forward to supporting the work that you do and to continue to give you a platform and a forum to let the survivors and their suffering never go off our radar. I would love to open the floor to Jana Walker she's a senior attorney with the Indian Resource Center. I think that statistically it is shown that, for example, if a Caucasian woman goes missing, there's an immediate Amber Alert set out for her. And yet we see our sisters of color who are disproportionately impacted by violence. There is so much less attention for those vulnerable communities and vulnerable women and girls, and including our Indian communities all across America have been completely neglected for many, many years. Jana, we are so honored to have you here. We would love to hear, you tell us about your work. And you're on mute. So.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And it's a pleasure to join this wonderful panel celebrating International Women's Day. So I am with the Indian Law Resource Center. I want to just take a moment to talk about the center's work. Since 1978, we provided legal help without charge to Indian nations and other indigenous peoples throughout the Americas that are working to protect their lands, resources, sovereignty, and their human and indigenous rights. The center is also a non-governmental organization in consultative status with the UN Economic and Social Council, and has worked for decades with indigenous peoples and others in developing and securing the adoption of the UN and also the American Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And these are very critical documents for indigenous peoples worldwide. And among the provisions, there's recognition that indigenous peoples do have a permanent right to exist as peoples, and that states should take measures to ensure that indigenous women and children enjoy full protection against all forms of violence and discrimination. And there's really no country in the world that opposes these two declarations at this time. I also direct our center's Safe Women, Strong Nations project, which partners with Indigenous women's organizations and also Indian and Alaska Native tribes to end violence against their women and children. And since 2007, that project reframes the issue of violence against Indian and Alaska Native women as a human rights issue, not just a domestic or a law enforcement issue. And the strategy combines domestic advocacy with international advocacy to raise awareness globally, generate broad support, and to put pressure on the United States to take firm action to restore safety to Indigenous women and girls. We have participated in the various levels of the UN and at the Commission on the Status of Women for the last several years. And in hosting parallel events, we have went in there with our partners here in the US, Native women's organizations, and also with new Indigenous allies, such as the Native Women's Association of Canada, the International Mayan League, and Kawabi, which is one of the largest Indigenous organizations within the Brazilian Amazon. Here in the United States, the violence against American Indian and Alaska Native women has been going on for decades. and it has reached extreme and unprecedented levels on tribal lands and in Alaska Native villages. It's a discriminatory legal system that limits the rights of Indian and Alaska Native nations to protect their women and children. And then it fails to prevent, prosecute, and punish these crimes and the violation of the individual women's human rights. Some of the statistics I think are you'll see that they are disproportionately high. More than 4 in 5 Indigenous women have experienced violence, with Alaska Native women reporting assault rates 12 times higher than in the rest of the country. 56% of American Indian and Alaska Native women have experienced sexual violence, and 96% of those Indigenous women victims have reported sexual violence by a non-Indigenous perpetrator over whom tribal governments lack full criminal jurisdiction. We also have the missing and murdered Indigenous women crisis that Catherine mentioned. And though data is lacking, American Indian and Alaska Native women are disappearing and being murdered at disproportionately high and alarming rates. For example, in Montana, Native Americans are 6.7% of the population, but represent 26% of the missing. And it's like that in most of the states where you have Indian country and Alaska. Yet on some reservations, the murder rate for American Indian women is 10 times the national average. Yet the response of the justice system is inadequate, and the harsh reality is that Indigenous women, mothers, sisters, daughters disappear and little or nothing is being done. Very often it falls on the family to conduct the search for their missing loved ones. And it's rare that the media follows these cases. Reservations of some 56 Indian nations are located on or in close proximity to the United States borders with Canada and Mexico, which could allow these women to be easily trafficked over either border as well. And in Alaska, you have Native women who are close to Canada, Russia, and also expanding international shipping routes. So this is one of the areas that we work with our partners here in the US to raise awareness about this issue and also get some action. The situation for Alaska Native women is especially dire. They are subjected to the highest rate of forcible sexual assault in the United States, with an Alaska Native woman sexually assaulted every 18 hours. At least 75 Alaska Native communities are without any law enforcement presence whatsoever. And about 165 Alaska Native villages are in remote rural areas that are not accessible by roads. Many have no 911 service. So, and there's also the issue of Indigenous children who are being exposed to rates of exposure to violence higher than any other group of children in the United States. And they are experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder, triple that of the general population. So all of this violence affects the entire communities and the tribe itself. The extreme level of violence is not unique to the United States, and it's really a global scourge that demands immediate sustained actions from states and the United Nations. The UN and CSW, the Human Rights Council, all have recognized that Indigenous women often suffer multiple intersecting forms of discrimination that increase their vulnerability to all forms of violence. So they're battered, they're raped, murdered, and disappear at extraordinary rates because of their gender and because they are Indigenous. There is a strong element of impunity to all of this. In 2017, the Department of Justice reported that 66% of the prosecutions for crimes in Indian country that had been declined by the US attorneys involved assault, murder, or sexual assault. So very often, nothing is being done to provide justice to these survivors of violence. Together, all of these factors create a situation where Indigenous women are denied access to justice and to meaningful remedies, and they're less protected from violence than other women because they're Indigenous and are being assaulted on tribal lands or in Alaska Native villages. Indian tribes and Native women and their advocates successfully worked on important reforms in US law that promoted the collective rights of self-determination and self-government recognized in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. For example, with the Violence Against Women Reauthorization Act of 2013, it was a major step forward, but it was just one step. But it restored limited tribal criminal authority over certain Indians that commit domestic violence, dating violence, or violation of protection orders in Indian country. But very significant barriers continue today that need to be fixed. The new jurisdiction is limited. Tribes today are generally still unable to prosecute non-Indians who rape, murder, stalk, or traffic American Indian and Alaska Native women. Strangers may still enter reservations and commit violent crimes against Indian women with impunity. And among the most egregious legal barriers still existing in the United States is the one that impacts Alaska Native women and tribes. All but one of the 229 tribes in Alaska, which is 40% of all of the federally recognized tribes in the US, are prevented from exercising that restored limited criminal jurisdiction over non-Indians available to nearly all other tribes simply because of the way the United States classified their land. Through this exclusion, the United States law denies Alaska Native women equal protection under the law and treats them differently than other women, including other Indigenous women in the United States. This extreme level of violence really demands immediate and sustained action from the United States to restore safety. And now we're also facing these two global phenomenon, the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change, that also pose special threats to Indigenous people and to the safety of Indigenous women and girls.
Thank you so much, Janet, for those comments. I am shocked by some of the statistics that you have just mentioned. And I, in fact, would love to have a follow-up session with you, perhaps our own dedicated webinar to the issues that you have raised. We have about 10 minutes left, and I want to first go to Annie McAdams, and then to Esther Digamans. Jenna, when you were talking about human trafficking, we've already heard reports out of the Ukraine that Ukrainian women are being subjected to human trafficking. And so when you have a crisis like we have right now, the predators come out and they prey very quickly on the most vulnerable. And you see that in every single dire situation. And Annie McAdams is an American trial attorney from Texas. She is a trailblazer. She is fighting the great fight that we all need to fight for women and girls. So Annie, please tell us about your work, how you came to this work against human trafficking, and how your fight against corporations that are aiding and abetting this horrific crime against our gender.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Catherine, and thank you for allowing me to be here. You know, I will start by saying, I'll be brief, but I'll also like to say that I'd like to see Dr. Zakenter on agriculture being one of the worst creations and raise her social media. And that's kind of where our litigation comes in. And just as the esteemed doctor is fighting oppression through science, our team is taking the approach of fighting the oppression through the law. And we actually were kind of reluctant to get into this space. It started in 2017. We were first approached by some law enforcement as well as criminal defense lawyers that said, hey, there's a problem here. I hate to admit my ignorance as to online human trafficking at the time in 2017, but I quickly learned that with the growth and the development of internet, the one thing that goes and developed hand in hand with that is the exploitation of women and children through trafficking. It used to be a day when you wanted to buy or exploit. If you wanted to buy sex, you would have to leave your home. You would have to go out in the public somewhere. And now with the age of technology and social media, you can literally order it to your door. And I don't think that there is an industry that has had such impunity as the big social tech giants. And I think it's particularly important to address the laws in the United States on tech regulation, because this is where these tech companies are located. It has such a significant global impact that when this country is not regulating tech, it has a global impact. And so when we first started looking at these cases, we started to interview families and parents and victims and survivors. And one thing that was undeniable was the role of social media, whether it was Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, sub in any one of them. I think Facebook of all of the individuals that we represent has the largest presence in the exploitation of sex trafficking victims. It was not our first target. We were looking at these cases solely from the role of the hospitality industry, but the presence of social media was something that we couldn't deny. At that time, we took a look at, well, why hasn't anything happened? I mean, my goodness, it's 2017. These companies have been around. And that's when we discovered the 1996 Communications Decency Act, which I would submit really isn't the problem. The problem is the way that the courts have granted impunity to these companies by misconstruing the Communications Decency Act to basically give a free pass to these tech companies. When we first went in, we filed our first comprehensive anti-sex trafficking case against Facebook here in Houston, Texas in 2018. It basically was taking 25 years of bad precedents and just saying that the courts were all wrong. I shared a story once with Catherine when I was walking into the courthouse for our first motion to dismiss. Every time Facebook shows up, they have no less than 15 lawyers, of course. So we're walking in and I turned to my appellate counsel and I said, so there's really nothing, there's no law whatsoever on our side at all. And he's like, no, it's basically Annie and y'all against the precedents and the law. And we went in with a very, very common sense application and argument. This cannot sustain itself. The way that women and children are being exploited to this degree, we can no longer turn a blind eye to the role that tech is playing. And I'm not just saying a passive acquiescence or a blind eye. We are talking about the actual knowing benefit of profits from this exploitation. We are the first team to have been successful both in Houston, the appellate courts, and as well as the Texas Supreme Court. And we hope to have our first Facebook trial in January of 2023, which seems like a long way, but that is like days in trial lawyer time. And I will say, because I'll keep it very brief, a lot of people will always say, are you under pressure? Are you scared? I mean, I can tell you anytime that my team goes in, of course we have nerves, but it is nothing compared to the strength that our clients have exhibited in bringing these cases, because these cases belong to those victims. And without them, there will be no change in the law. And one thing I will share in conclusion is, we are used to the pressures of the courtroom. Trial, that's what we do. We are used to working with clients, but one thing that has really humbled our team is working amongst organizations like the ones present here. That's where our pressure comes, because we have seen law enforcement, we have seen organizations, NGOs, and so forth fighting these fights with little to no support from civil justice. And so we can pass these grand laws and the reauthorization laws, but unless the civil bar picks up these tools that the law is giving us and actually use it to enforce, we'll just be spinning our wheels. So thank you for allowing me to be here.
Annie, I can't tell you, you are my hero. I think you're a hero for every woman and person attending this conference. We wish you tremendous success. Keep fighting the good fight for all of us. We need many, many more attorneys like yourself, the best and the brightest of the plaintiffs bar, to take up this fight against tech companies, because cyber exploitation, digital sexual terrorism, people like to call this revenge porn. This is not porn. And the way we talk about these issues, the way we frame them, is so critically important. And we know that women and girls are being human trafficked on social media platforms as we speak. We know that, for example, Yazidi women were en masse human trafficked, cyber exploited. Their children were also cyber exploited, and we have a huge project through the Yazidi Legal Network in Amsterdam for this project. But we commend you for your outstanding litigation efforts, and we wish you. We're going to keep watching you, Annie, from New York. So thank you so much, Esther Digemans. I am so excited to have you here. Esther is the CEO of their Survivors Fund, which was founded about a year or two ago by two co-recipients of the 2018 Nobel Peace Prize, Dr. Mukwege, who runs the Pansy Hospital. That hospital has treated thousands of women who have suffered from fistula, which is the destruction of their sexual private parts due to gang rape and horrific violence against them. In addition, his co-recipient is Nadia Murad, a Yazidi woman who was captured from her village in Kocho, Iraq in August of 2014. She fought against her captors, suffered horrific violence on a daily basis, and now has dedicated her life, as has Dr. Mukwege, to improving the lives of women and girls all around the world and keeping them safe and secure. Esther, we are so honored to have you. Can you please, I let the Kevin know that we're going to need a little bit more time on this panel because we have so much to talk about. Esther, why don't you talk about your work at the Survivors Foundation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Catherine. And thank you also to the New York City Bar Association for having me exchanging with all of the esteemed panelists. And it's great to meet you all. I think we'll be making connections with each other. Annie, I would love to follow up with you because Catherine also already alluded to it, but sexual violence in conflict these days also has a digital characteristic often. And maybe I can mention the example of Syria. We work with Syrian survivors of conflict-related sexual violence in Turkey. And what a characteristic of the sexual violence they have faced in the prisons is that often the rapes were then videotaped with iPhones and then sent to relatives, male relatives, often men and brothers, to force them to surrender. And it's very interesting to this perspective of what is actually the responsibility of tech companies in preventing this and doing something with this fact. By the way, also in Ukraine, it's said in 2014 and beyond, when sexual violence was already used also strategically in this way. So I would love to follow up with you. And I think what you see with Syrian survivors, let me build on that. It is really what happened afterwards when these videos stay in the on the World Wide Web. Survivors' lives are at risk. Instead of being recognized and compensated and helped to rebuild their lives, they're being completely stigmatized, excluded from their communities, not heard by the international community. And like that in Syria, unfortunately, survivors have been killed afterwards. because with that immense threat that continues to follow them. So the Global Survivors Fund was indeed founded 2 years ago, but it's actually building on a network of survivors of conflict-related sexual violence from around the world. It resonates a bit with what you're saying, Jacqueline, about the network that you're working with. These are women and some men from 20 different countries who have lived through sexual slavery, rape, etc. And this network is called Samar. And a few years ago, they came together and they started talking about what is going to be our international focus for our advocacy. And that was very clearly reparations. And SRG Patten also mentioned how important reparations are for victims of conflict-related sexual violence, to really challenge that extreme stigma and exclusion that they're facing. But survivors of conflict-related sexual violence hardly ever have access to reparations. Jacqueline, you will also know that the survivors who testified in the Akayesu trial have never received reparations. And like this, reparations are still very much seen, and rightly so, as an end goal sometimes of a judicial proceeding. But in reality, what survivors are saying is that they actually need reparations at the beginning in their pursuit of justice, because without financial support, without recognition, without mental health care, without physical health care to repair the fistulas, etc., who can actually successfully succeed such a tremendous difficult process of judicial process. So at the Global Survivors Fund, what we do is we advocate very much for state-led, in addition to the judicial reparations, state-led reparation programs. This is a right, and states have an obligation to set up reparation programs. It hardly ever actually occurs, and what we then do is we very much look at it from a right-based perspective, that reparation is a right regardless of whether a government is capable or willing to set up reparation programs. We can't continue waiting generations and generations when reparations are so urgent. So what we do is we support civil society organizations in setting up programs that provide what we call interim reparative measures. It's different from humanitarian assistance. It's really about compensation, acknowledgement, commemoration with survivors. All our projects are developed with survivors. It's actually themselves designing the projects, the budgets, the methodology, etc. And we follow humbly. We have great survivor activists also in our board, in our technical advisory panel. And that's, I think, Catherine, not to go too much over the time, and Kevin, to say that I think that is really important in going forward when it comes to accessing justice successfully, survivor-centered justice, really working with survivors themselves. That's what we've seen with Me Too. That's going to make the change, I think, also when it comes to conflict-related sexual violence. I would love to talk much more, but Catherine, I'm appreciative of the time, and I see other fantastic panelists joining. So over to you.
Thank you, Esther. I think we need to set up a meeting with the World Bank, because if they can fund all kinds of other programs, they can certainly fund your work. And it's led by a woman, so maybe we'll have have a good year there. I am so grateful, Jacqueline, Elizabeth, Esther, Jana, Annie. Thank you for your extraordinary work. I am so grateful to have spent this last hour with you. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Doris Tu, who's the co-chair of the African Affairs Committee. She is another phenomenal woman fighting the good fight. Doris, I'm looking forward to hearing your panel, and please, we took up 10 minutes of your time, so just go over 10 minutes, just add 10 minutes to the clock.
No problem. I mean, that was a so exciting panel that you had, Catherine, as usual. You know, congratulations to all the speakers in the first panel, and with all your very inspiring story and your experience, which is something that we really want to hear, and especially nowadays. Thank you very much for the panelists who are here for this second panel about women empowerment through safety and security and mitigating the risk against the climate change and environment disaster. So we have a great list of panelists who are here who are going to share their experience. And just to cite their name, of course, you see that here in the screen, but for those who cannot see, let me just repeat. So we have Laurie Ann Robinson Hayden. We have Anna Oliveira, great. We have Dr. Faith Mangwangi Powell. Happy to have you here. We have Louise Power. And finally, Freddy Reis. So it's a great pleasure and honor to have you here, ladies of courage and commitment. So for this panel, I mean, we're going to start by a question, very simple question. So that will be a way for each of you to introduce yourself. Since the subject is about women's empowerment through safety and security and mitigating the risk against climate change and environment, the first question that I want to know is, first of all, why did you find, and do you find so important to advocate for women and girls? And also with the emphasis of safety, security, and climate change and environment disaster eventually. Somebody wants to start? Or let's, I'm going to, since nobody wants to volunteer, I'm going to volunteer.
I can volunteer. Thank you so much for having me. It's a wonderful way to start Women Histories Day today. And for Corporate Council Women of Color, we started back in 2004 to provide empowerment to women of color who were serving as lawyers in the law. Primarily, many women of color started their careers at law firms. And what we found is that because of gender barriers, racial barriers, there was a significant turnover for women of color in law firms. Many women of color then went to the in-house counsel world. And at that point, that's when we started Corporate Counsel Women of Color, where we could come together collectively with one voice and a forum that was a safe space for us to talk about the challenges that we face as women of color. You know, I won't get into great details, but there are many microaggressions that women of color face in the workplace. In terms of compensation, I'm a big fan of Susie Orman, and one of her great sayings is that a way a woman feels safe and secure is through her money. And as many of us know, when we look at compensation, many women of color are still making not even 70 cents on the dollar that a white man makes. And the compensation issue spills over into our community. It spills over into what we can do for our households. The American Bar Association, you know, they did a great study that women of color over the course of career, by the time they lose out on $10,000, $20,000, then you have a significant salary gap that they can lose over $1 million in compensation. This impacts the money that we can give to our community to make it stronger. This impacts the financial security that we have for ourselves and for our families. So through Corporate Counsel Women of Color, and I can talk later about some of our initiatives, but one of our core initiatives has been around giving the women the tools they need to advocate for themselves for more compensation in the workplace. And one would think, well, they're lawyers. They don't need strategies on how to negotiate their worth. But we did studies and some surveys, and it found that many of the women of color lawyers were not negotiating salary out of fear that they would be fired or out of fear that they would come across as being ungrateful. So we have spent a lot of time helping to empower our members to make the ask. And that ask makes a significant difference in creating safety and security.
Great. That's effectively valid way. And who else wants to share their experience for why advocating for women's security? Yes, Feli.
Oh, well, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. And it's such an honor to be on a panel with such distinguished and accomplished women. And a special shout out to Faith. We're a member of Girls Not Brides at Unchained at Last. So what we do at Unchained at Last is I'm a forced marriage survivor. I grew up in New York City in a very insular religious community, the ultra-Orthodox Jewish community, where it's one of many communities where forced marriage remains the norm. And in my situation, I was 19 when my family forced me to marry a stranger with no input at all from me. And this man turned out to be violent, which I discovered only 1 week after our wedding. He was already violent, already threatening to kill me. And yet, because of religious laws and social customs, I was completely trapped. I had, first of all, no reproductive or sexual rights. So within my marriage, I was forced to have unprotected sex with my husband and forced to have 2 children without my consent. And this was all in Brooklyn. I was married in 1995. So we're not talking about a developing country. We're not talking about, hundreds of years ago. I also, within my marriage, had no financial rights in that community. If my husband had allowed me to work, any money I earned would have belonged to him. I was not allowed to have my own bank account or even a credit card. None of my own finances, completely financially dependent on him. And then as kind of a final nail in the coffin, I also had limited legal rights within that community. Under religious law, a man can divorce his wife, but a woman does not have that right. I did not even have the legal right to end my own marriage. The only way out for me would have been if my family had agreed to take me back in, and I could have lived as an aguna, a chained woman who is still married and her husband won't release her from the marriage. But my family refused to allow me even that little bit of safety. So I was trapped for 15 years in my abusive forced marriage. And when I finally managed to escape, my family retaliated by shunning me. They declared me dead. And until today, more than a decade later, they still consider me dead. But as you can see, I am very much alive. And I founded Unchained at Last, which when I first founded it, it was focused exclusively on providing direct services to others in the United States who are facing the same situation that I was in, a forced marriage. Either their parents are planning an unwanted wedding for them and not listening when they say, no, I don't want this, or they're already in that marriage and they need a little bit of support or a lot of support to get out. And we provide really crucial, comprehensive wraparound services, and we've been able to help hundreds of mostly women in this way, about 800 women. We've been able to provide legal services, social services to really help them escape from a bad situation and rebuild their lives. And by the way, all our services are free. We never charge for any of our services. But because more and more girls under the age of 18 were reaching out to us to ask for the same help we were providing to adults, please, my parents are planning a wedding for me. I don't want this, or I was married off and I can't, against my will, and I want to get out of this marriage. But we discovered there's almost nothing we can do to help somebody who's not yet 18. They don't have basic legal rights. In many cases, they're not allowed to leave home to escape from an abusive spouse because they're considered runaways. They can't get into a domestic violence shelter, which is where we help our adult survivors go. In many cases, they're not even allowed to file for divorce because they can't bring a legal action in their own name. So because there is almost nothing we could do to help these girls, and so many of them turn to suicide attempts or self-harm when we explain to them how limited their options were, we also, even though we're a tiny team on a tiny budget, we, in 2015, took on the additional little project in our spare time. We decided we were going to end child marriage in the United States. At the time, it was legal in all 50 US states. But we've been able to change the laws so far in 6 states, including just last year, New York, and able to achieve that level, at least, of safety for girls, mostly girls. Almost all of the hundreds of thousands of minors who married recently in New York were girls. Of course, the United States, I'm sorry, hundreds of thousands. In New York, it was a few thousand married recently. And we have only 44 more states where we want to end child marriage. And then we still have to address the bigger issue of forced marriage in the United States for adults. Nobody of any age should be forced into a marriage and lose their sexual, reproductive rights, their financial rights, their legal rights, and any hope and dignity.
Thank you so much, Fanny. That's a very heartbreaking story, your personal story. But what is even more impressive is how you managed to escape from this disaster and also share your personal grievance into helping others and still doing it. This is something wonderful. Who else wants to share why, Louise, why it's so important to advocate for women and girls?
Thank you. Hi, Doris. Thank you ever so much. And it's an honor to be here today. And thank you to the panel and the New York Bar Association, everybody. It's absolute pleasure to be here. I'm calling in here from London. So yeah, there are so many reasons, and just like yourself, and thank you for sharing, it comes from my own personal experience. So the reason I wanted to work within supporting women and girls and human rights is to create a better world for women. My start in life was a stretch beyond the traditional Western expectation in an upbringing that led to my own experiences of disparity and disenfranchisement. I come from a part of London where there are many socio-economical differences and women that fall short of access and opportunities due to high levels of unemployment, access to higher education, crime, and single parent homes. So we speak about doors being open, but for some people, and where I come from, they just didn't exist. People just didn't know that they existed. And you don't know what you don't know. And because of some of these reasons, I did spend some time away when I was young, living with strangers, and going to university was more of a dream than a reality. And I was very much trying to survive. And I find many women all over the globe are just trying to survive and live whilst dodging some of the most difficulties such as homelessness, poverty, and rape, without the empowerment of safety, security, financial stability, housing, and education. We become very vulnerable to many outside threats. So many women like me, capable, fearless, and passionate, but yet not knowing where to go or how to get there. I stay here in these rooms so that I can help other women like myself. I found living alone at a very young age, without family and parents around, I became more vulnerable to people wanting to take advantage. Did not see my situation as being safe or secure. Some of the girls I knew were predisposed and exposed to drugs in a very dark world. Luckily for me, I did have love and support from family and friends that eroded my own curiosities, but I can see how easily things like this can happen. And for me, the real desire came when I came across some adversity. In my own personal circumstances, I became a single parent, and I decided that all of those passions for really wanting to help women and young girls like myself that never had access to opportunity was born. And I created my first business called iOrbit, where integrally I began to take a business model that supported startup and growth companies here in Tech City, in London, and in Stratford, where the Olympics was born in London 2012. And I began to support startup and growth companies, realizing what I had been through myself because of my own socio-economical personal issues. I wanted to think about all the other women that were not otherwise predisposed to tech industry. So I then began speaking to women in the community and employing those women in tech, diversifying some of the things that they were doing and giving them opportunities. Some of the women were very capable, and other women we spent time training and giving them access and opportunity. There, being in the tech space, people wanted to know, a woman from my community, a woman of color, what was I doing in that space? And they became curious. I then began to advocate for women. Women in tech, of course, there's massive disparities, even more so for women that look like me. So I began advocating in those spaces and creating a social enterprise that specifically bridges the gap and supports women from underrepresented groups through media and diversity and inclusion consultancy. So I can go a little bit more into my story later on, but one of the reasons I'm wearing this pearl today is because, although sometimes as women we go into the deep depths of the ocean and we feel that there is no way out, there is beauty in the ocean, and we will and can get to the shore. So I will stop there and continue a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. So there's a Dr. Faith.
Yeah, I'm happy to connect.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Who else?
Yeah. I'm happy to go next. Thank you so much. It's amazing to hear all the stories here presented, and I want to celebrate all of you today, this day of the International Women's Day. So today you are my heroes, and it's a privilege to share a platform with all of you for the work you do, for the experiences you have had, and for the things you are taking forward. I really thank you for that. And I also want to thank the New York Bar Association for inviting me, and for you, Madam Chair, for chairing this session. I don't have a personal story like what Freddie has shared or what Louise has shared. My own story is simple, from a dad who was so empowering and really championing us. We are 9 girls. We are 6 girls in a family of 9, and all of us are doctors. And I really feel that it's just because of my dad and my mom that they championed us and they told us what's possible, because they did not have those opportunities themselves. I remember very early on when I was a young girl sitting in a circle in the dirt with my mom and her women group and reading for them their bank accounts, because they had created these women groups in the village. I come from a rural village in Kenya, and I'm now sitting in London. And I was sitting with them in the dirt looking at their books and just getting very concerned. Why can't they read for themselves? Why do I need to sit here and read for you when I need to go play with my friends? And I think from that moment on, very early on, I kind of felt that resolve that I need to be able to read for myself. And we could hear stories of how women would get the little money they were being given at that sitting, and they go back home and they're beaten by their husbands because their husbands want the share of that money. And I was thinking, why can't women have independence and earn their own money? And we had those conversations at home. My dad was a chief, he's passed on, and my mom was a women's leader. And in the morning, the women would come now to talk to the chief about how their husbands beat them. So we would have all these conversations, how we don't want to be beaten by our husbands, how we want to earn a living as women. And we were, my own family, we were encouraged to pursue. And my dad always told us that the word impossible does not exist. So you can be whatever you want to be. And I thank him for that, because that's why I'm sitting here talking with you. And I went on to study and did a PhD on women's health. And I looked at sexual dynamics and sexual negotiations within the household. And that's when the whole issue of women empowerment came to light in me, when I discovered how little choice women had within marriage, whether it's choosing their own, whether they have children or not, really your story, Freddie, whether they have children or not, whether they can have contraceptives or not, whether they can go to the market or not. It kind of started dawning on me that women really, we are disempowered in so many ways, and we are disadvantaged. And really, I saw that my career, I want to work with women issues. And to cut a very long story short, I started working on gender-based violence, working to end FGM and female genital mutilation. I worked on that for a while, and now I'm the CEO of Girls Not Brides, working to end child marriage. And I always feel privileged every day, because I know that 12 million girls are every year subject to child early and forced marriage globally. I was sitting here this afternoon and I was counting for the 3 or so hours or 2 hours we are going to be here. I just said an average of 3 hours. I don't think we'll be here that long, because I've been part of this panel from the start. About 4,140 girls will be married below the age of 18, just this afternoon alone. That is what is happening globally. It's happening here in the UK. It's happening in the US. And for me, when we talk about women empowerment, denying women that choice, when you are married at that age, and I don't even need to explain any further because Freddie, you have done a great job explaining your story, and I feel honored to have listened to you today. So thank you for sharing. But to hear 12 million women or 4,000 women this afternoon will lose their rights of their sexuality, we will lose their rights of whether they have children, we will lose their right of whether they have economic choice. It just makes you want to do more and do more. So for me, that is what wakes me up every day, to know that every minute we lose, every second we lose, a girl is married before the age of 18. A girl is denied. And I always say, I feel so lucky that I'm a CEO, but there are so many CEOs who are being denied their opportunity right now as we speak. There are so many doctors who we are not going to be doctors because they are into child marriage. There are so many women, there are so many panelists who will not sit in this panel conversation because they've just been married off this afternoon and they are going to be married off tomorrow and the day after as child brides. They become mothers when they themselves are children. And to me, that is just wrong. And we need to right that wrong. So this day, as we celebrate, I think the best way we can empower women is to address this gender-based violence, these patriarchal norms, which are putting women into poverty, putting women in depravity, making women second-class citizens. Women are not valued as men. We need a world where women have equal status with men at all levels, whether it's the pay gap, whether it's salary. And I actually read somewhere today when we say empower women, somebody was saying, I think it's Catherine's LinkedIn profile I was reading, saying that when we say that, we need to use the word hire women, promote women, educate women, enrich women, fund women, invest in women, because those are the ways we are going to be able to empower women to fight safety and security. I can talk a little bit more about our work, but I'm very privileged to be leading a global movement to end child marriage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this introduction. Dear Anna, that's you. We're waiting on your introduction.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Ana Oliveira from the New York Men's Foundation. And as a foundation, we always should go last, because philanthropy needs to follow community leadership, needs to follow movement leaders, such as yourselves in this panel, such as our distinguished colleagues in the panel before, and why women? Because we are the engineers of solutions. For the foundation, problems and solutions live in the same place. And we are perceived usually as problem, as weak, but we are not. The enormous amount of solutions, resilience, the creativity. Look, patriarchy, colonialism has, dominations have thrown everything in women for centuries. And guess what? Here we are today in a global community witnessing the incredible solutions, resilience, innovation, determination to exist in our lives, to exist with our self-determinations and the community levels, at the country levels, at our nations. And the foundation was a very improbable proposition, because it's not your traditional philanthropy. It really believes that what we ought to do is listen to movement leaders, listen to women who are organizing their communities, and bring to them the capital, the support, the embrace of resources that typically are not in the hands of women, are not in the hands of communities of color, that are not in the hands of immigrant communities, that are not in the hands of totalitarian regimes where women live. So that's the role of philanthropy. That power actually is there. That power exists. That's what we are doing, is joining in this process of liberation for all of us. That the issues of inequality are lived as we are witnessing this morning again and hearing again, from our bodies to our communities to our nations, right? Our bodies are territories of war. They are also territories of resistance. They are also territories of creativity. They are always territories of solutions. So what do I want to say? I want to say that the foundation, I could just see from today that we have potential partners here that we're not partnering with yet. Frida, Frady, I'm
This is what
looking
we
at
are
you,
here.
Frady, I'm
You know?
looking at you. So, and from our panel before, I'm thinking of Jacqueline, you know, I'm thinking of Esther. So why do we come together? I think we come together to uplift our solutions, to uplift our resilience, to do things together that we're not doing yet that can accelerate. Why women? Because there is no sustainability. There are no solutions that benefit everybody if women are not at the core of it. We believe that by and for, by those who are living, creating solutions, confronting the so-called intractable issues that you show every day that they are not intractable, right? You show every day that there are solutions. It doesn't matter what comes against. We have the ability and have had for centuries, the ability to resist and create solutions. What I think is important to do is to accelerate that. To remember that we have the short term and the midterm perspective, right? Frady, you just described victories in New York and the rest that has to go. Victories in, resistance in certain areas, advancement in other areas, and what has to go. So we are very proud as a foundation to partner with you, to listen to you, and to do another thing, to organize philanthropy. Philanthropy can do a lot better by women. Cis, trans, women of color, women in diasporas, women who are refugees, women who are survivors. And we are survivors of many wars, right? We have in our life histories, individually and collectively, so many battles that we have won and made us stronger. But philanthropy needs to come in and create an environment of abundance for you movement leaders, for organizations. Communities that have well-resourced leaders and well-resourced organizations weather any type of crisis better. Communities that are well-resourced, that are perceived as valuable, that are perceived as destinations for investment. When women are perceived as solution makers and destinations for investments, we not only can mitigate climate change, not only can do sustainability, we can reverse the course. So I wanted to just do my part in that way and join the rest of the conversation and say that you can count on us, not only as a partner with you and others that we haven't seen yet, that we must see and invest in, but also in the perspective that globally and locally, we control the destiny and the opportunity of having a globe that works for all.
Thank you so much, Anna. Unfortunately, I mean, time just flies so fast, you know, when we're having so much fun like this, you know, and we have such a, just starting the conversation. At least something we have managed to do today is having a sense of what you're doing. It's better to have you explain what you do out of the brochure, and it's more lively, and then it's more, you put a human face of your work and the challenge and all the perspective and also the great work that you're doing. It's so much impressive. I mean, I must say that I'm very much impressed now that you're saying things, because I've read all your bio, you know, and I'm sure all the audience has as well. But seeing you talking about that and all the passion that comes to that, and also putting Anna into perspective to see the work that you do, and I'm sure that there will be some partnership going around here, and this is what we did. We're doing this, and I'm sure that all today will finish and having continue the conversation. Unfortunately, I don't know how many times we have, because I mean I had so many questions for you, but I think that this is way too short for us. Can someone tell me how many, do we have time for another round of questions here, or no, I mean, since nobody has said anything.
Doris, you do. Yep, you have another 10 minutes.
Okay, excellent. So just to, we see all you do. What do you think what's the biggest challenge that you see, not only in policy and the work that you do for women, and also for women, also climate change, because it's also part of it, the climate change and also the disaster, environmental disaster. Do you see any challenge and way of getting better, improving all this?
I'm happy to go first. I think, and I'll be very quick, maybe 2 minutes, so we all have 2 minutes each. I think the biggest challenge I see right now for child marriage, we are calling it the triple crisis, which is the humanitarian, whether it's refugee status. We are looking at COVID. COVID has become has huge impact on girls not going to school and getting married off. And the other biggest challenge, of course, is climate change. And in climate change, we are seeing that when floods, cyclones come, families are losing livelihoods, they're losing everything they have, they're losing homes, they're being turned into poverty, and poverty is one of the greatest drivers of child marriage. So we are seeing that triple jeopardy really making things very bad for girls, and it's an estimated on top of the 12 million girls I said every year married as a result of child marriage, an additional 13 million will be married by the 2030 because of COVID, and we don't know how much more because of climate change. So there is really an urgency for us to address all these things, but I can share more. I'll stop there so that my colleagues also have their 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Freddie, maybe you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, in terms of climate change specifically impacting forced and child marriage in the United States, there's really been so little research on that. I should say no research on that. So I do know, I can tell you that when Faith talks about COVID impacting child marriage, we've seen that in US states as well, that COVID has increased, or numbers of child marriages have increased in certain states during COVID. Is there a cause and effect there? It's unclear, but the numbers were declining, and now we're seeing in some states an uptick. So that's really concerning. But for us, really, the biggest challenge that we face when trying to end forced and child marriage in the United States is people assume it doesn't happen here. This is the United States, land of the free, home of the brave. And it's so hard to get people to acknowledge that these human rights abuses, that they recognize as a human rights abuse when in South Asia or in Africa, that A, it's happening here, and B, it's just as much a human rights abuse when it happens here. So it's so frustrating how hard it is to get people to listen to us and acknowledge all of that.
Okay, thank you so much, Freddie. Maybe Laurie, you want to jump in?
Yes, well, I mean, I think with respect to what's going on around the climate, we know that, just to echo what everyone said, the climate disaster and migration ends up impacting women the most, especially when it comes to safety and security, because many of them have to move around. They have a lot of issues that men don't have. They're usually taking on the focus of taking care of the children during the movement. And I think, as I think about what's going on here in America with the women of color lawyers that we are encouraging to lead their corporations, their legal departments, we're pushing more of the women of color to get on corporate boards, as now more corporations are focusing on ESG, that environmental piece with more eyes on it. For example, the panel that spoke prior to this one, they talked about a lot of things that you just don't see a lot of visibility on in the news. But if we have more women in leadership, more women heading companies, more women in the general counsel spot, more women on the corporate boards, some of those messages and issues can be amplified where, we no longer say this is not happening. So, those are my thoughts on the topic. We definitely need more women in leadership to help move the needle, both here in the United States and abroad.
Thank you so much, Laurie. Louise?
Yeah, I'm just echoing what Laurie said. Thank you so much, Laurie, in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion work that I do, and in terms of increasing diversity in the boardroom. I'm echoing exactly what Laurie said. Deloitte recently published a global analysis of boardrooms with 49 countries across the Asia Pacific, the Americas and Europe, Middle East and Africa, that found only 12% of board seats are held by women, and only 4% held by are chaired by women. Regarding diversity, equity and inclusion, there's so much work to be done. The Nuffield College here in Oxford study shows that 3,200 CVs from people from what we call Black, minority and ethnic, or people of color, as you say in America. Names need 8 applications to get a follow-up with jobs and recruitment, while people with white sounding names need only 4 applications. This study has repeated over 40 times since 1990 in many different countries and keep having similar results. So just about just embedding and ingraining that change for diversity, equity and inclusion, but not just as something that is done sort of like as par and par and as in schedule, but just embedding that diversity, equity and inclusion in organizations for women and people from diverse and underrepresented backgrounds.
Thank you so much, Faith. And the conclusion would be to Anna.
So my thing here is climate change, all the oppressions that we see from patriarchy. It's so important that we invest in women's economic security. And I'm just going to say, there's survival, there's security, and there's thriving, which comes with justice, all on the economic level. If we don't have economic resources in our individual lives, in our communities, it's really difficult to chart lives, to chart communities, to resist onslaughts of the climate change. Women have shown that we can organize different economic arrangements that are win-wins, that are not win-lose arrangements, and that consider the environment and the climate. Because today in Albany, one of our grantee partners, Uprose, is fighting for a $15 billion bill to pass so that climate justice can begin to be, imbued in economic development at a community level in New York. Because women growing coffee in Veracruz are organizing, being able to sustain themselves and do that in a way that sustains the environment. So I think that it's so important that we connect the leadership of women, the economic security and justice of women, and the issues of global climate change and all kinds of instability and lack of sustainability that come. The answer is with us.
Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you so much, the panelists. Unfortunately, we have to end the conversation this part now. I mean, the conversation of women empowerment through safety and security and mitigating the risk against climate change and environmental disaster. It was a pleasure to talk with you, to Louise, to Anna, to Faith, Laurie, and Freddie. Now we're going to turn on to the next panel, and thank you very much for the City Bar and all these great panelists, and happy Women's Day today. Bye.
Good morning. I guess it's good afternoon for those of you on the East Coast. I'm Christine Landry. I'm the president of our EPIC Class Action Remediation Mass Tort Solutions. And thank you all so much for having me. These panels have been incredible and inspiring, and just happy International Women's Day to everybody. It is such an honor to sponsor this event today at EPIC. And as EPIC has done since the event's inception in 2020, we do this every year, and I'm incredibly pleased to present the EPIC Women Awards this year. And as you have all seen this morning, these award recipients are women who are fiercely dedicated to advancing the human rights of women and girls across the globe. I want to just share a quick story. In my own way, I've had the privilege of supporting women with advancement professionally and personally. Prior to EPIC, I was at another company where I was honored to be the executive sponsor and launch what would become our very first women's community resource group. And it really started from a humble place, which is a lot of what we've heard today through the storytelling. We had operations all over the world: Guatemala, Mexico, India, Philippines, Jamaica, many, many more. And every time we would travel as a leadership team, we'd make a point of taking 3 or 4 high potential women out for dinner. And just to be clear, high potential didn't mean the most senior. It was people that, we really wanted to develop into our future leaders. There would be a small group purposely so we could talk and get to know each other and exchange. And I remember taking a group out in the Philippines, not too far away from the restaurant. We found a mother and 3 probably school-aged children, all girls, living under a bridge, and they literally had nothing. One of the girls was laying on the pavement, and we actually had a customer with us that night. And as many of you know, this is just a very unfortunate normal way of living in far too many places around the world. The customer had never traveled internationally, had never seen anything like this before. And our team members reached into their pockets, and we took off our coats. We literally gave her everything that we possibly could. And it was in this moment that our mission just became so clear. And these team members in the Philippines, these 4 ladies who were high potential, candidly, they didn't have a large lifestyle either. And they inspired so many people around the company and grew what became our leadership group of women. It's well over 1,000 members today. And the team went on to equip a girls' school in Guatemala with used books that they brought from their own homes. They installed computers. We learned that at that school, they didn't have enough electricity to leverage the 15 computers that we gave them. So we had to go back and put the electricity in, which was great. We sponsored a girls' orphanage in India, and that group at my former company continues to this day to teach courses in English and talk and mentor these girls about the possibilities through education. You know, I can just honestly say it never feels like enough. I was talking with Catherine on Friday, and I still keep the handmade card one of the girls made for me. And it inspires me every day, even though the words on that card were meant to inspire her. But basically she said, you know, you made our dreams come true. And I keep that above my desk at home. I'm in New York today, but I keep it at my desk at home. And it's just such an inspiration. And it's a reminder of what we all need to do to encourage people around the world to give back and inspire our future leaders, the girls of this world, of all that they can truly be. So one of the reasons I joined EPIC last year is because of our focus on diversity and equity and, of course, inclusion, and bringing people together from diverse backgrounds and giving each person that opportunity to contribute with their own knowledge, their own skills, experience, perspective. It's that value that we create for the company, but reflecting on the diversity of our customers and the community at large. So with that, it is absolutely my pleasure to announce this year's recipients of the Women's EPIC Awards. First and foremost, Sheila Boston, President of the New York City Bar Association. Second, Lori N. Robinson Hayden, President and CEO of Corporate Council of Women of Color. Congratulations. Annie McAdams, founder of Annie McAdams PC. Congratulations, Annie. Elizabeth Cronice McLaughlin, founder of the Gaia Project Consulting and author of Becoming Heroines. Congratulations. Anna L. Oliveira, President and CEO of the New York Women's Foundation. Congratulations, Anna. Pramila Patten, Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict of the United Nations. Congratulations, Pramila. Louise Power, Trustee Changing the Chemistry CEO, the Power Hour Business and Community CIC, and CEO of iOrbit. Congratulations, Louise. Dr. Seema Samar, former chair of the Afghan Independent Human Rights Commission. Congratulations. Reshma Sanjani, the CEO of Marshall Plan for Moms. Congratulations. And certainly last but not least, Jana L. Walker, Senior Attorney of the Indian Law Resource Center. Congratulations. So I just want to thank and congratulate all the recipients. I am so truly honored to be here today and to recognize all of your hard work and dedication to promoting diversity and equity worldwide. Today, you have all inspired me as a senior executive of EPIC. I continue to strive to break gender bias in the workplace and to mentor our future leaders in hopes that together we all create a culture where we all belong, we all thrive, we all celebrate one another. Thank you. And back to you, Catherine.
Thank you so much, Christine. That was wonderful. And congratulations to all of the awardees and honorees. If any of you have your awards with you, we'd love to just take one more moment now to see those beautiful awards. We are so tremendously proud of you.
Congratulations. Just fantastic. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And now we are going to move to the Her Hero Lifetime Achievement Awards, which are going to be brought to us by Liz Lambert of the Huntington Bank.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much, Catherine, and thank you, Christine, for your wonderful words. I am Liz Lambert, Senior Managing Director of Huntington National Bank. Along with our co-sponsors, Bernstein, Litowitz, Berger, and Grossman, and EPIC, I'm so pleased to be sponsoring this event for the third year now. I'm proud to be part of this very special day. I also want to make special mention of my close friend and colleague, Robin Griffin, who moderated panels for this wonderful conference the past 2 years. Thank you, Robin and Catherine, for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I'm proud to be part of an organization which values and supports the critical issues for women related to equality, opportunity, and the continued fight to eliminate violence against all women. The celebration of women is evident throughout Huntington's culture. We consistently promote awareness of the challenges we as women all face. Our goal is to foster progress and positive change by dedicating time and resources to business resource groups, inclusion councils, and community of practice. Much like Christine mentioned regarding EPIC, we too are very focused on having solid mentor and protege programs in place so that we lift each other up, not hold each other down. It is now my honor to present the Huntington Bank's 2022 Her Hero Lifetime Achievement Awards to these amazing women. Jacqueline Murikatat, founder of the Genocide Survivors Foundation. Esther Dingemans, Executive Director of the Global Survivors Fund. Dr. Faith Mwangi Powell, CEO of Girls Not Brides. Dr. Elizabeth M. Seketer, Visiting Scholar of Emory University. Honorable Vanessa Ruiz, Senior Judge of the District of Columbia Court of Appeals and immediate past president of the International Association of Women Judges. Honorable Delisa A. Ridgway, Judge of the U.S. Court of International Trade. Dr. Tarika Barrett, CEO of Girls Who Code. Frady Reese, founder and executive director of Unchained at Last. Dr. Rochelle Seidel of the Remember the Women Institute. And Aveline Holskin, CEO of Free a Girl. My warmest congratulations to each of you. I'm truly inspired by your incredible dedication and willingness to be our leading warriors for the benefit of all women. You put words into action, which is the best way to confront the continued challenges women face on a global basis. And your unrelenting pursuit of justice comes through with a roar. Thank you again to Catherine Van Kampen, the New York City Bar Association, the United Nations Committee, the African Affairs Committee, and all of our co-sponsoring committees and organizations for hosting this wonderful conference today. Happy International Day to all of the women. And I can't congratulate each of you enough for the wonderful work you're all doing. Now I will turn this over to Sheila Boston, President of the New York City Bar Association. Thank you.
Greetings, peace, and blessings to each of you. I hope that you are well in body, mind, and spirit in these challenging times. I am Sheila Boston, President of the New York City Bar Association, and I am pleased to be a part of this wonderful third annual International Law Conference on the Status of Women. I want to bid all women a very happy International Women's Day as we celebrate not just in the city of New York or the United States, but instead, today we celebrate internationally the talents, intellect, compassion, and multifaceted contributions of women all over the globe. Now, although this is a day for celebration, I would submit that it is also an important day for reflection. And that's why we are fortunate to have such stellar panelists presenting on quite sober realities, the challenging experiences of women all over the world. And I would be remiss if I did not admit that my heart is currently breaking over what is taking place in Ukraine right now. The visions of women and their children fearing for their lives and fleeing their homeland because of the Russian Federation's senseless and vicious invasion of Ukraine, a clear violation of international law. It is just incredibly heart-wrenching. And personally, I've actually been reading recently a lot about Ukraine's First Lady, Olena Zelenska, someone who has exhibited great strength and character before, as well as now during Russia's invasion of her country. I think it's apropos to just give a minute to honor her at this time. And for those who may not know, one of her most notable projects as First Lady was to initiate Ukraine in December of 2019 into the G7's International Initiative on Gender Equality. So I know I'm thankful, and I hope you are too, for that and her other positive contributions. I just could not address you today without acknowledging what's happening in Ukraine, their plight at this time, and my thoughts and prayers are with them as they fight for freedom and democracy. I also want to very quickly thank and honor our supporting City Bar committees of this program. Foreign and Comparative Law, Richard Langan is the chair, Task Force on Independence of Lawyers and Judges, Christopher Piax and Jacinia Vascones are co-chairs, of course, United Nations, Clayton Chaney and Catherine Van Kampen are co-chairs, and our African Affairs Committee. A shout out to all of you. Many thanks to all of the co-sponsors, but I especially must give thanks to the Huntington National Bank, Epic Class Action and Claims Solutions, Inc., and Bernstein, Littlewitz, Berger, and Grossman for their wonderful generosity. Now, I think that most of you know by now, I have dubbed the New York City Bar Association to be the bar of hope. And I have 6 pillars for my presidency. I've asked the New York City bar community over the past 2 years to focus, especially on programming and initiatives concerning these 6 topics: COVID-19 recovery projects, mental health and wellness, access to justice, criminal justice reform, protection of the rule of law, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. And when Catherine Van Kampen shared with me the topics of our 3 panels for today, I was just elated, as it appears that every pillar, with the possible exception of COVID-19 recovery, is being addressed to some degree in one fell swoop today. And I must note, I remember last year one of the panels talked about COVID-19. So I'm good, Catherine, I'm just hats off to you. You know, violence against women dovetails with mental health and wellness, access to justice and criminal justice reform. Climate change and environmental disaster in many ways is related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the saga of Afghan women, judges, prosecutors, and lawyers is certainly a protection of the rule of law issue. As servant leader of the New York City Bar Association, I truly am very proud of the programming, policies, and values embraced, adopted, and implemented by our bar organization. And one of the reasons I've dubbed our beloved Bar Association as the Bar of Hope is because it has been serving as a beacon of light on issues of great importance, including in the area or the arena of diversity, equity, and inclusion, upon which we focus today. Now, not quite 2 years ago, the City Bar celebrated its 150th anniversary. We have around 24,000 members all across the nation and the world. And after 150 years, this Bar Association installed its first woman of color president. Yes, yours truly. 50% of our board is female, and over 50% of the City Bar staff is female. As 69th president of the City Bar, I am the 5th woman to lead the organization. And notably, 3 of the 5 women have been president just over the last 10 years. And our incoming president is a woman. Shout out to Suman Coleman. So one might say that female leadership has now become normalized or is par for the course at the City Bar. Please know that I've made a concerted effort in attempting to make diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I always say DEI for short, a core value of our organization. For example, when I have met with each of the 150 plus committee chairs, I always have addressed and stressed DEI with them. I ask about the composition of their committees. I ask them, how diverse is your membership? I ask specifically about gender diversity. And if it's not diverse, I challenge them. I even also offer to assist them in making a plan to change their demographics. And I will share with you that I have unabashedly used this platform of the presidency to appoint more women as leaders or chairs of committees. Moreover, I created a presidential series at the City Bar with a focus on law-related issues affecting Black women and girls. Through this series, we tackled issues such as the over-policing of Black girls in schools, the experiences of Black women serving as law school deans, the incarceration and community re-entry of Black females. And we celebrated the leadership of Black women attorneys who serve on the City Bar's Board of Directors. Very quickly, I'll also share with you just a few of the things we've done on the policy side. Through the hard work of our committees, such as the UN Committee and Domestic Violence Committee, the Sex and the Law Committee, and many others, over the past 2 years, we have advocated for the application of human rights law to pregnancy, childbirth, and related medical conditions. We have called for the vacating of trafficking convictions of women. We've shown the light on alleged medical abuses of incarcerated women and of detained immigrant women. Our Vance Center for International Justice created the first ever global network of advocates for women in prison, with participants in 21 countries. And not long ago, we issued a report condemning the attacks on Judge Erika Efandivilla in Guatemala, urging for her protection and better security, as well as a call for that country's adherence to the rule of law. So that's just a little taste of what has been going on at the Bar of Hope with respect to issues related to the status of women over the past 2 years. Now, as most of you know, I am a litigation partner at the law firm Arnold & Porter, Case Scholer LLP. Shout out to my firm. So I am from what we colloquially call, I guess, big law. And that's my professional background and world. So I really especially try to keep track of DEI statistics with respect to law firms in the US, and sometimes I look at numbers abroad. Now, last year, a Law 360 article by Marco Poggio, I hope I pronounced his name correctly, I don't know, but it was published, and the title of that article was Legal Industry Still Largely White and Male, ABA Survey Says. So the author was making observations based on an ABA survey. The article noted that white men still occupy most law firm leadership roles and are more likely to move up the ladder than women, minorities, and people with disabilities. It also reported that the numbers on gender identity show a major gap. For while male and female attorneys have almost even representation at the associate or more junior attorney level, ranging between 42% and 58% for both of them, depending on firm size, proportions skew significantly at higher levels at law firms. About 70% of non-equity partners are men and are about 80% of equity partners. And I share that with you because law firms are really just a representation or a microcosm of the legal profession, and to some degree, our society as a whole. Now, I understand that the 2022 theme for International Women's Day is #BreakTheBias. And if you go to the Women's Day website, it reads, imagine a gender equal world, a world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination. Now, for a moment, I'd like for all of us just to imagine that. Just imagine. I don't know about all of you, but I am a dreamer and optimist at my core. And thus, I am committed to working hard, striving for, and fighting for a world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination. I believe in one of my heroes, Martin Luther King Jr., his dream of a beloved community. But I also know that we cannot rest on our laurels or stand on the sidelines doing nothing. There is both a moral choice and, quite frankly, a power struggle at the heart of societal and systemic sexism. With respect to moral choices, it is about being disciplined and principled in ethics. That's the process of determining right and wrong. And then we must also be disciplined and principled in matters of morality. That is the actual content of what's right and wrong. With respect to power struggles, I think that Frederick Douglass said it best. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. So in closing, I would submit that all of us who dare to dream and imagine a world where women are free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, we all must unite, organize, stand up, speak up, and demand change. We cannot give up. We cannot give in. Hope and perseverance are mission critical, and we must arduously continue in the struggle and quest for equity. We must work together to create the beloved community for all future generations. And so now I'll just leave you with a quote of one of my sheroes. Marian Wright Edelman, a Black female attorney and founder of the Children's Defense Fund. She simply says this, please take this to heart. You really can change the world if you care enough. I thank you so much, Catherine, UN Committee, everybody. Thank you, panelists, for all you've done. We so appreciate you. And all of the unsung heroines that are out there as well. Please know, we cannot do the struggle without you. We must all unite. Thank you. And now I believe it is time for our third panel. Is that correct? And so the third panel, Escape from Kabul and Those Left Behind, it will be moderated by the dynamic, the one and only, the fearless, the Honorable Delisa Ridgway, judge at the U.S. Court of International Trade. Take it away.
You're muted. Oh.
Thank
There
you
you go.
very much, Sheila, for that phenomenal welcome, as always. The enthusiasm that she approaches her work with is so inspiring. We're beginning just a little bit before our scheduled time, which, frankly, never happens. I would note that Sheila referred to unsung heroes, and anyone who has ever heard my singing would know that if you were likely to call me a hero, and I'm not sure that I deserve that designation, but you certainly would not hear from me singing. You would want me unsung, most definitely. But in any event, welcome everyone to our third session today. I am Judge Delisa Ridgway of the U.S. Court of International Trade, and together with my colleague Richard Langan, I wish all of you a very happy International Women's Day, which we mark today, and a very happy International Day of Women Judges, which we will celebrate on Thursday, March 10th. For the first time ever, this is the first year that the International Day of Women Judges is being marked. You'll hear a little bit more about that later, but every year, pursuant now to UN designation, every year from this year forward, we will be celebrating the International Day of Women Judges on March 10th. Richard and I are pleased to welcome you to Escape from Kabul and Those Left Behind, the harrowing life or death saga of Afghan women judges, prosecutors, and lawyers, and the heroic women-led efforts to secure their safety. A brief word about our format today. We have two phenomenal speakers, Judge Vanessa Ruiz and Dr. Seema Samar. I will introduce our moderator in just a moment, but after we hear from our speakers, if we are lucky, if we have enough time, we're going to have a brief Q&A period. We do have 90 minutes for this panel. It unfolds, I don't want to make light of it, but it unfolds almost like a spy novel, or a movie that you would watch on the big screen. So, we want to allow enough time for that. And I think if you are, able to stick with this, you will be rewarded many times over. It's a deeply moving saga and a gripping one. But in any event, so we've got 90 minutes here. I'll introduce our moderator in just a moment, but we do hope to have some time for Q&A, unlike the prior panels, which were cut short. So throughout the program, please show your support for our speakers and for today's program and for the women of Afghanistan by typing your questions in questions for the speakers into the Q&A box that you will find at the bottom of your screen. The chat box is disabled, but the questions can go in the Q&A box, and I hope that you will use it. Now, let me just give you a little bit of the backdrop for the final segment, this last program of today's conference. Someone needs to mute their line. I can hear, someone clearing their throat. So if it's possible to mute your line, that would be helpful. Anyway, seven or so months ago, as Afghanistan fell in mid-August 2021, the Taliban was out for blood. And among those who were at greatest risk for reprisal were the 270 or so women judges, as well as the hundreds of women prosecutors and lawyers in the country. In essence, you know, these women really represented you know, the very antithesis of all that the Taliban stands for. They were in the greatest danger because as the Taliban seized the control of one province after another as they moved across the country, the Taliban was, you know, flinging open the doors to all of the prisons, and that freed the convicts then to carry out their vendettas against the specific judges and prosecutors who had put them behind bars. But the women judges of Afghanistan were not alone. As you're going to hear, the members of the International Association of Women Judges had long had close ties to their Afghan judicial sisters-in-law. And the women judges of the IAWJ saw the writing on the wall and they leapt into action. As you will hear, within hours, they had formed an ad hoc band of women judges from around the world, and they had mobilized, and they were working to do what US authorities seemingly either could not or would not do, which was to rescue these Afghan women judges. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't have the first idea how to, you know, start, you know, commissioning aircraft. And Judge Ruiz and her colleagues, you know, basically learned military logistics overnight. The IAWJ's efforts really have been nothing short of Herculean and heroic. And the stakes literally have been life or death. You'll you know, if you Google it, you'll see the photos. You can see the women judges, you know, bleary-eyed, sort of hunched over their computers. That's the way it was 24/7, literally 24/7, for, you know, weeks on end. And as I said, with no prior experience in military logistics, this small, dedicated network of IAWJ members communicated with the Afghan women judges around the clock and, you know, advised them on everything from, you know, counseling them on passports and visas and negotiating to get their names and the names of their families included on flight manifests and guiding them from their hiding places to safe houses. And then, you know, monitoring the ever-changing safe routes to the airport, and I put that in quotes, safe, and then working with foreign armed forces to secure the passage of these women and their families, you know, through the airport gates and onto flights, and providing support for them once they arrived at their destination. And of course, to say nothing of the fundraising efforts that were, you know, required in order to support these efforts. And then we have to remember that these efforts played out against the backdrop of 2 decades of quantum leaps in the rights of women and girls throughout Afghanistan under the visionary leadership of Dr. Samar and her colleagues on the Afghan Independent Human Rights Commission and in the Ministry of Women, and the powerful voices of Afghan women leaders in the US and in the, you know, negotiations with the Taliban in Doha and Istanbul prior to August 2021. And you know, Dr. Samar will give us all of that context. In any event, to guide our conversation today, we're deeply honored to have as our moderator Congresswoman Marjorie Margolis. As I'm sure you will hear, Marjorie is the founder and the president of Women's Campaign International, an NGO that's active worldwide and that was active in Afghanistan long before the country fell in August 2021, and it continues to be active there today. Marjorie served in the US Congress, and in addition was the head of the US delegation to the United Nations 4th World Conference on Women held in Beijing in 1995. where Hillary Clinton famously proclaimed, "Women's rights are human rights and human rights are women's rights." Before that, Marjorie was an Emmy award-winning TV journalist. She's also a best-selling author many, many times over. Just last week, she was here in New York taping a segment for the Today Show that I think is going to be broadcast in the next week or so, I'm not sure. In any event, it's about her latest book, And How Are the Children? Timeless Lessons from the Front Lines of Motherhood. Sure, we can all relate to that. I hope that you will pick up a copy. I have my own. It's available on Amazon and in leading bookstores everywhere, as they say. I know you will enjoy it. But Marjorie will be the first to tell you that, as incredibly distinguished as her CV is, you just heard it, one of the things that makes her proudest is her many grandchildren, and a couple, well, actually more than a couple now, I think 3 of those, she will laughingly note she shares with Hillary Clinton. You may have recognized the name. Her son, Mark Mezvinsky, is married to Chelsea Clinton. So she has, among her many other distinctions, she shares grandchildren. Marjorie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I've been listening, and I've been so impressed with, I know how hard these things are to put together, and what a beautiful job you have done. So congratulations. Let me introduce our 2 speakers. They are, I mean, I've been reading through their bios and everything, and frankly, they're exhausting. I mean, these are really tiring folks. I'm one who believes that you can do it all, but you just can't do it all with the same, at the same time, and you can't do it all with the same kind of verve and you know, and life. So, but let me introduce them. Our first speaker is Vanessa Ruiz. She is the immediate past president of the International Association of Women Judges. She is a judge on the DC Court of Appeals. The DC Court of Appeals is the equivalent of the state Supreme Court of the District of Columbia. If you've been following the coverage, which we've just been talking about a tiny bit, if you've been following the coverage of the problems in Afghanistan and Kabul, you've heard of Vanessa. The women in Afghanistan, no doubt, saw the reports of Judge Ruiz's determination. And you've seen this, her determination and her resourcefulness in Afghanistan, of Afghanistan. She is called, lovingly, the Afghan judicial sister-in-law. Judge Ruiz is personally responsible for the United Nations General Assembly's resolution designating March 10th, which is coming up, as International Day of Women's Judges. It was her brainchild. Judge Ruiz, it is my honor to introduce you. Take it away.
Thank you, Congresswoman Marjorie. I'm so pleased to be here today with all of you. The programs really have been fantastic. And I bring you greetings on this International Women's Day on behalf of the International Association of Women Judges, which has members in over 100 countries. That includes Afghanistan. And we have member associations also that are affiliated with the IAWJ in over 50 countries, and that includes the Afghan Association of Women Judges. And our mission at IAWJ is to support and empower our global network of women judges so they can then lead in their judiciaries to advance the rule of law and equal rights for everyone, but it's with particular emphasis, of course, on the rights of women and girls. Although we're going to speak about Afghanistan, of course, the big elephant in the room today also is what is happening in Ukraine, and where the attacks on the Ukrainian people are horrible. It's been mentioned, we see the refugees trying to flee war, and they are women and children who are being displaced. and terrorized and hurt. But it is also an attack, of course, on an international rule of law, which is what we stand for. And so there are many reasons for us to be engaged and really must be committed to stopping what is happening there. And we're also about to celebrate the International Day of Women Judges, as Judge Ridgway mentioned. In today's March 10th, this will be the first historic International Day of Women Judges. But I do have to say that neither that nor the work that IAWJ has been doing and is doing for the Afghan women judges to help our Afghan sisters is the work of any one person. We know that that's just not the way it works. It takes at least one village. In this case, I would say it takes many villages and many people lending a hand. And sometimes what I at the beginning thought were very unlikely partners, but in a sense, they were exactly the right partners because they were the people who were committed, who are committed to the same values that we are. In the case of the International Day of Women Judges, I do have to say that it was a joint initiative launched in 2020, right before the pandemic, in Doha, with the assistance of the mutual project with the Chief Justice of Qatar, Chief Judge Al-Mohanadi. And it was the Qatari ambassador to the UN, Her Excellency Aliyah Saif Al-Thani, who brought her considerable diplomatic skills to bear to present the proposal and bring it to a successful conclusion before the General Assembly. And so that is why we are able to celebrate this year. And we're very happy about that. Although the situation in Ukraine is horrendous, and it definitely is, the reason why the situation in Afghanistan is particularly relevant to the International Women's Day and to the International Day of Women Judges is because it brings together two strands that are, of course, of particular relevance to the International Association of Women Judges. And it is that the women judges of Afghanistan are in peril because they are women and because they are judges. It is that conjunction of the two things that makes them targets. In addition, they are targets because of their association, many times close association with those of us in the US and other countries in Europe in particular, and their adherence, their commitment to the rule of law and to advancing women's rights. The IAWJ has had a long history with the women judges of Afghanistan, going back to 2003. For 10 years, we undertook judicial education and exchange projects with the women judges in Afghanistan. They would come to the United States, spend 2 weeks in Vermont, and then 2 weeks in Washington, DC. I met with the groups each and every year. And we talked about judicial things, what women judges talk about. And the interesting thing is that now, notwithstanding how very different our legal systems may be, and they are, there are many points of commonality and many ways in which we could come together and have fruitful and meaningful discussions. And they, of course, were building, really building and helping to be the architects of a whole new system of a judiciary that included women and that adhered to principles that we're familiar with. A lot of that started to change. And last year in January, we were shocked to hear about the assassination of 2 women judges when they were on their way to work. at the Supreme Court. One of the women judges who was assassinated, Judge Zakia Harawi, I had met in 2009 because she had participated in our program, and she had been in my, in fact, in my chambers at the District of Columbia Court of Appeals. So that was absolutely shocking, not only in terms of what was happening in Afghanistan, but at a personal level. We were all very connected at IAWJ with the Afghan women judges. We had our biennial conference a few months later in May, and we made special efforts to include Afghan women judges. We provided Dari interpretation for the whole conference, and we had a session that was focused on the situation of women judges in Afghanistan. That same day, a bomb was exploded outside of a girls' school in the Hazara neighborhood in Kabul. The school, the boys went in the morning, the girls went in the afternoon. I'm sure Dr. Samar can speak much more knowledgeably than I can about this. And the bomb went off when the girls were leaving school. That was the same day that 2 Afghan judges spoke at our conference to inform us of how they viewed the situation, and it's clear that they saw it as dire. This was in early May of last year. We adopted 2 resolutions at the time, the IAWJ did. One was to condemn this bombing, but the other one was that we resolved to make sure that what was happening to the Afghan women judges did not go unnoticed, that we would bring it to the fore and make sure the woman that the world was informed of it. We then were meeting with them later in the summer to really talk about the kinds of things that professional association, which is basically what we are, would talk about. Leadership skills and capabilities, capacity building for the Afghan Women Judges Association. But during that meeting, which of course took place over Zoom last summer, what was inescapable was the fear that they felt as the Taliban advanced through the country. And the tension in the room and the tension in them between their commitment to the work they were doing, the importance of the work they were doing, and their fear for their safety and their family's safety was just impossible to miss. And what they asked again is that we amplify their voices, that we be their bridge to the outside world, and that we continue and that we begin to think about ways in which we could safeguard them, their lives, and their families. We agreed to do that and jumped into doing things that we would not normally do at all. We took to the airwaves to the extent that we could. We went to the PBS NewsHour, on CNN, we wrote op-ed pieces, we reached out to whomever we could. We started to compile information in a database about the judges. We knew that the safety of their documents would become an issue, and we tried to help with those issues. I'm not going to go into much detail because obviously there are many security concerns here, and I don't want to expose any of it. But what is clear is that the idea of a woman judge is anathema to the Taliban ideology, right? They're not supposed to have power and certainly not have such a public position in society. And they have done the unpardonable, these judges. They have sat in judgment of men, and they have imposed sentences, sometimes very stiff sentences, on them. So when the Taliban took control in mid-August, August 15th, it was clear that their futures were over. The 250, 270 women judges who were there last year, they have been erased. They do not exist under this current regime. In addition, as Judge Ridgway mentioned, there is the risk that individuals who were sentenced by these women judges and who were released from prison would now seek personal revenge. They are known to them. The Taliban was able to take over the records that were at the Supreme Court with all of the judges' names and identifying information. They have been in hiding, going from one place to another to escape detection. They still get calls, what are called sometimes night flyers, that are threatening to them. The day before the Taliban took over, August 15th, there was a judge sentencing a member of the Taliban, and he told her, what you are doing to me today, I'm going to do to you once we're in charge. But just think of that. This judge knew what was coming, but she was doing her job. She was doing her job. And she was not deterred by what would have been absolutely reasonable fear of performing her judicial duties. When all of this came to the fore, we assumed that everyone would understand the peril that they were in, and many people did because it was so obvious. We also assumed that that meant that protective action would be taken, would follow from that recognition. But we were wrong. The cavalry did not come. There was no organized effort to protect, to evacuate, and to resettle the women judges and their families. I mean, it was unbelievable. There were 2 weeks between August 15th and the withdrawal of the military at the end of August, which was that mad scramble for the airport, which I'm sure you all have seen and read about. It was terrible. Some of the women judges actually had good travel documentation, and we helped them to put it together. We were doing things, from all over the world. What we did is we formed a small committee of our leadership. One of the advantages of being an international association is that we can cover 24 hours, right? Because of all the different time zones. And our committee is formed with judges from the US, the UK, Spain, New Zealand, Australia. So we literally had a 24-hour Zoom meeting going on. And this went on for weeks and months. For weeks and months. We continue to work. Our committee is still fully engaged. It's just that the nature of the things that we are doing has changed. In those first 2 weeks, we were literally in real time trying to guide judges as they approached the airport. We were getting information through contacts in the military who would be telling us, this might be the best way to approach. Believe it or not, the best way was to go through a sewer and to encourage people to push forward towards the front and in through the side. But imagine doing this if you are taking along 3 young children and you have to carry them. And it's been hours and they are tired and they have no food. And there is a crush of people because everybody is desperate. And even before you got to that point, you had to get through some Taliban checkpoints. And they were firing. I think it was mainly crowd control at that point. They tended to be firing in the air. But there were beatings. Just last week, I was with a judge who, in trying to get to the airport with her family, and in a failed attempt at that point, she was trampled and had to be dragged away unconscious by her family. So it was a terrible situation. And even after all that, there was still no organized governmental response to this, to protect the women judges, to come up with a way to get them out. We have been working with wonderful partners and humanitarian groups. We do not ourselves get airplanes, but we try to find opportunities for our judges to get into safe evacuation routes. And that changes frequently what that might be. The requirements for who can actually get on a manifest, that changes all the time. And so it is a very difficult situation. So where are we now? The majority of the judges, are now out of Afghanistan with their families. Not necessarily everybody they would have liked to come out with, but with their families. The whole issue of the family definition is a very delicate one because the norms for immigration law, for example, in the US and other countries tend to look more towards a nuclear family definition, which does not comport with the reality of Afghan families, which might have other people in their household. This is especially the case for single women judges who could not live on their own and usually had other family members living with them. Many times they were their source of support. The judges who are out, like I said, the majority have been evacuated. Of that number, the majority are still in what we called lily pad countries. In other words, they are temporary places of refuge, varying conditions. They are not in refugee camps. And they are waiting. Some would say they are languishing, waiting for a permanent destination. And we are continually trying to find countries that will welcome them. We think that women judges as a group really do not present a high risk, security risk for a country. And on the other hand, it is an educated group of people who will contribute and further their education and work wherever it is that they are resettled. There are still about 85 women judges and their families who remain trapped in Afghanistan. And we are continually trying to find ways for them to leave safely and legally. The situation continues to deteriorate in Afghanistan. There are house searches. A number of our judges have had their homes searched very intensively in the last few days, week. It is a very frightening time for them. There is, as you've also, I'm sure know, a humanitarian crisis just in terms of food and fuel. What we understand is that there might be kind of a spring offensive that is planned. And so the Taliban are becoming stricter and more aggressive in their policing of the population, especially in Kabul, but throughout the country. So
Vanessa,
this is,
can I just ask you a quick question? How many judges were you able to get out?
well, the majority, about 155, 160. I mean, it's again, I tried not to be too specific, but yes, about.
That's
about
a huge number. That, I mean, good on you. That's amazing. Women's Campaign International is still trying to get women out. We are sending modest amounts because some of them, I mean, we're talking about in the judge category, doctors, professors, you name it. I can't even read some of the things that they have sent to me for you because they're just so awful and they're starving and they're hiding and you know, and all the, we can't even get into what's happening today, but I know you're trying to continue to do it. You really should get in touch with the US's. and I know you have, but we now actually, I send this out, this is on a different track. We now have some lawyers who are trying to get women and children out of Ukraine. I think one of the big problems, and you can help me out with this, and then we can come back because there's so many questions. One of the big problems for us is that this issue is off the front page. Right. It's not even, it's maybe hidden on page 17. And now we have this horrible, just this awful series of narratives from Ukraine. So I want to know, this is not an easy question. It's not an easy answer, but how do we navigate these waters?
Well, I think you've hit the nail on the head, Marjorie, and partly that's one of the reasons I'm here today is because we want to continue to talk about this. For many people think Afghanistan, well, okay, we've done that. It's over. It's not over. There are many people in Afghanistan who really need our help, and things are actually getting worse for them. And it's horrible to say this because the situation in Ukraine is terrible and requires our attention, but it has the world's attention. The world's governments are engaged in that situation. I mean, you can say whether rightly or wrongly, but they're engaged. That is not necessarily the case with Afghanistan. Maybe in some ways, but it has not been. It is not a situation that anybody wants to focus on because it hasn't made them look good, right? Now there is an opportunity. There is an opportunity to rehabilitate yourself, right?
We've been working.
We are in discussions with the United States and with other governments who do now seem to have woken up to the fact that the women judges should be paid attention to and should be provided a way into our countries. But it's been a long slog and slow.
And Sisyphean, uphill battle.
Is not guaranteed.
We actually talked to one of our groups in Germany where they said that they used the word, but I think it's incorrect, that the refugees from Afghanistan are now colliding with the refugees from the Ukraine, and the difference in the handling is quite. There's going to be a lot of questions for you, so I think we should move on. If
please do.
Thank you so much. Our next guest speaker is Samar. She is she's a physician. She's a doctor. She is a world renowned advocate for women's rights. Until recently, she lived in Kabul, where she was chair of the Afghan Independent Human Rights Commission, also served as the Afghan Minister of Women's Affairs. One of the few women, and this is extraordinary because we have done this, we've actually done it with the Department of Defense, trying to get women to the table when peace talks were negotiated. She was one of the few women at the table trying to negotiate a peace agreement with the Taliban. Dr. Samar is currently a fellow at the Carr Center for Human Rights at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government. Dr. Samar, welcome. Take it away.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be part of this program. I would like to wish a very happy International Women's Day to everyone, and particularly for the women who are living in conflict zone, including my own sisters, and my deepest solidarity with the women in Ukraine, because I watch and see that the 44 years mistake which the Russian did in Afghanistan, they are repeating it today in Ukraine, and they did the same. And I feel the pain, and I feel the situation with my skin, with my body, with my bones. So I would like to share my solidarity with them. I think the judge spoke before me was already talked about the situation in Afghanistan. And I think you all saw the scene at the airport, or the desperation of the people at the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan, and the border between Iran and Afghanistan. And also in front of the passport department, when the people really trying to get passport in order to get out of the country. Of course, it was, I mean, you can imagine that the people who were trying to hold from the tire of an airplane, they were not uneducated. They knew that they might die. But one of them was a medical doctor, the other one was a young boy who was in football. And both of them were educated, and they fall down from the air and has been killed at the airport. So that situation and that the whole crowd around the airport showed the people desperation and vulnerability to the situation, to the Taliban. I would say that the Afghan case, in my personal view, is a collective failure. It's a collective failure because it was active involvement of international community, almost everyone in Afghanistan in the last 20 years, which really gave us and facilitated an environment that we were able to exercise our basic rights. I'm not saying that it was really a desirable environment and situation, but there was possibility that we were able to exercise our basic human rights in Afghanistan. Imagine that when Taliban first government was in place, women were not existing for them. I mean, women was really ignored, and they were not allowing anything except women's action or work on the health section. As a medical doctor or as a female nurse, but even that was very, very restricted. And practically there was a gender apartheid in Afghanistan, unfortunately, during the first Taliban government. And what has happened actually in the last 20 years with all of our efforts, with all of our heavy price that we all paid for, we brought them back and power the same people which was removed from power 20 years ago. And I think the history showed that if you want to really destroy a nation, you take few actions. One, I think, is the putting half of the population in inferior position. So you promote the superiority of a member of the society, and you embed the discrimination in the family, in the society, and then in the country. That is what has been done in Afghanistan. Discrimination against women, lack of equality between the different people, and promotion of patriarchy and male domination in the society, which has been done in Afghanistan, and we see it. Unfortunately, war and conflict promote the whole environment because it's the question of masculinity and physical power of half of the population. The second issue that we have seen in Afghanistan, and unfortunately it was promoted by very short-sighted political agenda of the international community involvement, is you destroy the education system in a country. What was happening in Afghanistan in the war with the Russian, nobody paid attention to education system in Afghanistan. The Western countries, with Arab countries, and particularly Pakistan, really played a very negative role. Established this madrasas. The education was not formal education. It is called madrasa, which is only teaching religion. It is not the actual religion, their own interpretation of religion, and create the group of people who are hatred of a lot of values and freedoms of people, and particularly hatred of women and existence of women in the country. And they keep saying women's are the problem and women's are, and they keep saying that education is also more dangerous than cluster bombs in the world. So they actually did not pay attention. I was working in a camp in 85 to 82, from 85 to 92. And then I saw how they promoted this religious school, and those children who was taken on that time, who was 5-year-old or 6-year-old, currently running the country, unfortunately. The third point which was happened in Afghanistan, and I hope that we learn some lessons from what is happening in Afghanistan, was to devalue the principles and values of human rights. I mean, keep saying that the human rights is Western values and we don't need it in Afghanistan. We have our own values and culture and religion. I think the human rights values is for all human. It doesn't matter where we live. And it's not Western value. It's a human value and it should be respected wherever we are. So that is something that we should actually promote. And without respect for human rights and without respect for those freedoms that we believe on it is not a human society. It's where that the people do not live with dignity. So we want the people to live with dignity and enjoy their basic rights. The fourth point, I think, was unfortunately the misuse of religion and tradition in order to impose a lot of restriction and deny the people's human rights, including particularly of women. It's very easy to use the religion and call the people that you are not Muslim, so it can be easily either killed or removed from the position. I face myself, so I do know how difficult it is. So that is what is unfortunately happening in Afghanistan. When we were talking about the, let's say on the peace process, about the peace process in Colombia and in Afghanistan, I was saying there's a big difference. The only issues that is common between Colombia and Afghanistan was the prolonged war and also the production of drug in both of the countries. But FARC was not against women. The people who believes on left kind of a mentality or ideology, they're not against women. They were not at war with the half of the population, but our Taliban is practically at war with women. And then the other issue was that FARC was not using religion as a tool to oppress the people. But in our case, the tool that the Taliban are using, and this takfiri policy, which is used by ISIS in the other countries, including in Afghanistan, is very effective because you just encourage the people to kill those kind of people who believe on democracy, who believe on human rights. And also, of course, the culture of the respect for culture and tradition in order not to promote women's rights. And that has been used in Afghanistan, that we respect the culture and religion of Afghans not to promote women's rights. And this is a wrong policy. The other thing that was really, really important in Afghanistan and is still very, very crucial for the promotion of democracy and human rights is the women's participation on legal system. It's not only the female judges who are not allowed to work, it's the female police, the female prosecutor, the female judges. The whole legal system became very much male dominated in one group of people, in one ethnic group even. So that itself shows that the justice system and the legal system is not really for protection of people, particularly for protection of women. It is just for controlling people and putting a lot of restriction on the people's rights and freedom. So I think that is that says a lot of things that we need actually to promote women's participation and women inclusion in every legal and in every aspect of life. And I feel kind of sorry because I was one of the voices that calling for inclusion of women in police, in army, and judges and prosecutors. We were promoting female judges in order to facilitate the access to justice for women in the country. And you know, in a country like Afghanistan, where poverty and male domination is quite visible, domestic violence and access to justice for women is really a crucial issue. And that is important in every country, but particularly in countries like Afghanistan, where unfortunately we become very famous on our war against women and our war against half of the population. So I think that is also something that we can say, that it is completely a gender apartheid. Yes, I think as I said, that I feel the pain and the problem of women in Ukraine, but Afghanistan is very, very special case. And that is actually, first of all, the problem in Afghanistan will not stay in Afghanistan. It's shown, we all seen the impact, and it is actually emboldening all the fundamentalists, not only the Muslim fundamentalists, all the other religion fundamentalism are emboldened by the Taliban action in Afghanistan. I mean, after Taliban took over, you can see that the Boko Haram in Nigeria, Al-Shabaab in Somalia and Mali, and then Burkina Faso and all those places, they become more bolden. And it's promote patriarchy, which is, of course, one of the biggest problems for equality, for gender equality, and all over in the world. So what I think is my recommendation for everyone is, one, we should learn lessons from the history, from the mistakes that has been done in Afghanistan, and we should not let it repeat itself. Unfortunately, as I said at the beginning, the history repeats itself. The Taliban came to power and more sophisticated than 20 years ago. The second thing is that the repetition of, again, the history in the invasion of Russia in Ukraine, because there's no justice. We forgot to deal with the war crimes and crimes against humanity and bring justice to the victims. I think if there was justice for the people in Afghanistan, for the victims of war, international crimes, and for the people who violated the international human rights and humanitarian law, then the repetition in Syria and Yemen and other countries would have not happened. That is something that we, with not focusing on justice, I think we fuel the culture of impunity for international crimes. We see it. I don't have to explain again and again. So what is my recommendation is, one, we should learn lessons from the cases in Afghanistan, and we should not allow the repetition of the history in the country. And first time when Afghanistan was abandoned by the international community, including the US, after the collapse of the USSR, we saw what happened. And now this time, if Afghanistan is abandoned, I hope not, but we might pay a heavier price than before. The second point that I would like to mention is that please do support the education in Afghanistan, and particularly education for the girls, because education is key in order to change the mentality. As I said, that the Taliban think that an educated woman is more dangerous than cluster. That's why they put all the cluster bombs, all the attention on reduction of education and access to education for women, because education makes female judges, education make female prosecutors, education make female doctors who stand for the rights and equality. Just as I said, in education, I think the other problem that we need to look on it is really that provide basic health services in the country, including reproductive rights for women. Because if we really want to empower women, we have to facilitate their access to reproductive rights, because they can choose the number of the children. They keep bringing children when we increase the poverty through all those children. And we actually produce a lot of firewood for the fundamentalist and terrorist groups, because there's no job opportunity, nothing for them. So they would join these groups to fight. And of course, production of opium and drugs in Afghanistan is one of the problems that we all should pay attention, and that fuel the Taliban's economy and increase the vulnerability of the people, and more addict to that issue. The other point that I would like to mention, that it should be the international community should be engaged with Taliban, but with clear message that they are not recognized unless they really respect the human rights values in the country. We should not use that they are yes, they are the reality of the country, but imagine that all of us, the whole world, lost the war to 100,000 people, approximately. So we have to deal with the truth and the reality in the country. I think the other issue is the humanitarian relief program, and I think the humanitarian relief program should be really based on the need of the people and provide without discrimination. And it should be reached to everyone, particularly for the women who are the head of the household. We need to support and evacuate and protect the female judges. But let me put it in this way, that unfortunately, all the women who were educated in Afghanistan, they are in danger. I mean, everybody is in danger. I'm not saying that uneducated are not in danger. The group is practically a problem, like the pandemic. It will reach to the other countries also. So I think that we need to also call on the United Nations that they should have a stronger component on human rights, because unfortunately the Ministry of Women's Affairs was closed and it turned to be Vice and Virtue, Ministry of Vice and Virtue, which itself says a lot. Why they choose the Ministry of Women's Affairs to be Ministry of Vice and Virtue? Because the Ministry of Vice and Virtue's main attention is to reduce the ability and to restrict the women's rights. And they don't have any policy or strategy for protection of the people and provision of basic social services to the people, but they do have policy to release order every week to restrict women's ability and women's freedom. So we know, and the Human Rights Commission also is abolished. So there's no place or mechanism to protect women against the violence, against the violence that's happening at home or outside of home, which every day we see how they treat the women who are getting out of their home and asking for their rights. And that itself shows that, yes, we are under a lot of pressure, but we watched the disappearances of our loved one, we watched the killing, we watched the destruction of our homes and everything, but we are still standing for our rights. We are still standing and asking for a dignified life as any other human being. So finally, I think what we should should call, as our colleague saying before, that we have to be united for promotion of gender equality. Because the current situation in Afghanistan, because of poverty, because of lack of job opportunity, because of the environment that the girls are not allowed to get a proper education, although they promised, it has to be seen. The child marriage and forced marriage is increasing in the country. And that is something against human rights. It's a violation of human rights. And we have to stand for that. And also, I would like to say that I'm glad that we have finally an International Day for Women Judges, because it's key for provision of justice. If there's no justice for women, there's no justice for a human being. And I stop here and thank you very much for the opportunity given to me.
Thank you so much. I do want to ask you a quick question, and you skipped over it because I have a feeling you're a bit too humble. What did you face? You said that you faced some. Let me say that we got several ministers out who had helped us, males. One was immediately killed. The other one came out. But what he said was so important, and that is, he made a generalization. He said no one expected the nation to fall the way it did into the hands of the Taliban in 11 days. He thought that there was at least 6 months where they could get their everything in order, sell, go banking, everything like that. And all of a sudden they were helpless. Mm-hmm. So, and that's, I'm sure, what you found and what the judges found.
Exactly. I personally came to the US in 25th of June. I came here to see my family. Because of the COVID, I was not able to travel. My return ticket was on 10th of August.
Oh my.
So it was interesting because Liz Doucet, you all know, BBC journalist, she wrote to me that, where are you? Because she was in Kabul and we are friends, we know each other since 30 years or so. And I said, I'm in the US, my return ticket is on 10th of August. She wrote back, she said, I hope you can use your return ticket. And it's really interesting. I knew it was a lot of corruption in the government. I knew that the President Ghani was very, very self-oriented with his few young, I would say, not experienced advisor around him, and they were really focusing on the personal agenda rather than really providing or looking at the general situation in the country. So they really, with their action, they facilitate the Taliban to take over quickly. And I had an interview with a magazine in Belgium 3 days before the falling of the government. And I said, no, the government will not fall. I was not expecting. And then, of course, my family here in the US and also my family in Afghanistan, they were really worried about the situation that I was. Most probably, if I would have been in Afghanistan, I don't know what would happen to me. But they really harassed my family and they searched my house several times. They took the cars, which was not really a governmental car. It was a car which was given by the French embassy to me because I didn't have the official job. So I was not really, my relationship with Dr. Ghani, with the president, was not really good because he was doing all these things and I was criticizing him. They did everything. So they came to take house. They pushed out my stepmother, who's 93 years old, and she was living with me. And my brother from the house, and they...
Have you gotten her out, or is she still there?
No, she is still in Afghanistan, unfortunately. Although she has a green card, which is maybe expired, but She has the US green card because I have a lot of brothers and family in the US. So it was really, really terrible. And they pushed me to postpone my ticket. When I decided to postpone my ticket, I cried because I was living with a friend in Boston. I cried a lot because I was not expecting to. Imagine that I keep coming in this country from 1989, but today I'm in need to have a status or a legal status to live in this country and work in this country. And I never tried it before because I was thinking that I would live in my own country, but with a lot of problems, with a lot of difficulties, but hoping
and it's likely it's going to be for quite a long time.
Exactly.
I would like to tell both Vanessa and Seema something that happened to me, and I'd like both of your reactions, and then it's okay. Let us throw it out to the audience for questioning, because I'm sure there's a lot of it. Women's Campaign International does trainings. We do a lot of empowerment trainings. Sometimes it's financial literacy, but it's empowerment. Many years ago, not many years ago, the Italian government decided that they wanted to invite in men and women from Afghanistan to have a conversation about what was going on. We did. We had 4 of them. They were quite powerful. And I can remember one instance where one of we had a panel of our trainers, we call them. One of them actually was the sister of Joe Biden, who, Valerie. And one of the men stood up and he said, you know, if you, and then he faced the women in the room, they were very divided. If you would just understand the Quran and understand where your place is, we would not be having this conversation. We would not be having all of these troubles. Now, Women's Campaign International has learned that you just don't look at these people and say, are you kidding me? What we do was I turned to the women in the room and I said, how would you answer him? And they were brilliant at basically saying, well, if you go to this part of the Quran, if you it was such a lesson for us. And I know it is, I mean, I know how much right now you're pushing the rock up the hill, but the women from Afghanistan are just treasures. And I'd love to know from both of you if you can give us examples like that. Vanessa, are you still with us?
You're muted.
I'm such a Luddite. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Hi.
Hello, I'm here. It's interesting that you say that, or you ask that question, Margie, because just last week I was in Chicago. I'm in Washington, D.C. now, which is where I live and where my court is, because the Northwestern University Pritzker School of Law, their International Human Rights Center, awarded their annual Global Jurist Award to Afghan women judges as the group, to all of them, in recognition of their dedicated service and their incredible bravery during this whole time. And it was a very moving presentation of the award. There was a panel discussion at noon, and then a dinner at night, you know, when the award is given, and it was accepted. Unfortunately, she couldn't be there in person because she's still in Europe, waiting for her next step, by Judge Anissa Rassouli, who I'm sure Dr. Samar knows well. She was actually in the first group in 2004 that came with the IAWJ, a judicial education and exchange program, and has been close to IAWJ and all the judges since then. She is an absolutely remarkable person. I mean, she lived under the former Taliban rule as well. and has a lot of experience, has been in many courts in the country. She is the most senior woman judge in Afghanistan, and is kind of colloquially referred to as the Afghan RBG. She is an absolute treasure. But so many of the women judges of Afghanistan I have met are absolutely incredibly smart, well, they know their stuff. They're very savvy, and have wonderful people skills. It's just really quite amazing. We had, as part of the program last week, we had a meeting with one of the classes, an LLM, International Human Rights class, and the judges were there. And this question came up about, well, what can women judges do, and Sharia law and all the rest, and what the Taliban said. And they, of course, had all of the answers as to, well, this is really the way in which these interpretations, these are the correct interpretations. They are not the way they are presented by the Taliban, because they apply Sharia law. That's in the Afghan constitution, and that was they were duty bound to do that. So it is, but I'll tell you also a funny story. One of the, I don't remember which year it was, but one of the years that people came, one of the things that many times the State Department does is they take people around to courts. One of the courts they go to is the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, and they went specifically to the drug court, and it was being touted as being very cutting edge, kind of a community court, a rehabilitative court, and this is how they said it. And one of the participants say, "Why are you making such a big deal out of this? This is the way we deal with these things in Afghanistan all the time. It isn't, we understand the importance of the community connection and of the rehabilitation." And so that was a very interesting exchange of, here we're trying to show off those cutting edge program at the time, drug court. They were not impressed because
Yes, I think it depends who interpreted the Quran. Because if I interpreted Quran, we all born according to Quran with equal dignity. In Quran, they never refer to a male only. It's always say a people. People means both men and women. And it's
shocking, huh?
Also,
shocking.
Yeah. And also they say that the first message when it came to the prophet say Iqra, which say read. So it doesn't say, it doesn't say male to read, not the woman. So it depends how you really using.
That's so perfect, because that's exactly what the women said. Exactly. And you really do have to put a fork in it that the men did not see this way, but it puts the argument to rest. It's a very difficult argument, but it was so powerful to me.
Yeah, but I think when you politicize the religion and use it to control, to keep the power for yourself, then you misinterpret the religion. Otherwise, it's according to a Muslim definition, we responsible for our action, and we will be answered to the whoever made us. It's not the Taliban. So who gives the Taliban to apply Sharia on me? What is the legal status? One of the lecturer in the university said the same thing publicly in the television, and then he was arrested because he said that who gave the legitimacy for Taliban to question my Muslimhood? And he was arrested.
Thank you so much.
Samar, if I can follow up pleased with since Dr. Samar is so knowledgeable and knows so much. As far as women and their role in the Quran and under Sharia law, what I always understand is that it's important what the role and the position was of the prophets. One of the prophets' wives, Aisha, and what her qualities were, and that she was kind of scholarly and inquisitive, and someone to whom he turned for advice. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, yes, the first wife of the Prophet was a businesswoman, Khadija. And Prophet was working for her when he married Khadija. And then the other wife, which is Bibi Aisha, and she was quite young, much younger than the Prophet, but she was leading even the fight, the war. And she was leading, there's a famous war that she was leading. She was the commander of that war, and she was riding camel, of course, and the Saudi. And that war calls camel war or camel fighting, whatever. And she was so smart. And now, even for Saudi, when now they allow the women to drive, but when they were not allowing women to drive, based on Sharia, is camel more covered or a car is more safe for a woman? So it is always the misinterpretation of Sharia and religion to control women, to keep the power. So if you compare riding camel, everybody can see you instead of being in the car. But the way the different Muslim countries, what the Taliban was saying, that they want pure Islamic regime, we were saying, which regime in your view is pure, Saudi or Iran? One is the most Sunni, the other one is the quite conservative Shia. So which one?
Judge Ridgway,
Yes.
I think,
Please.
yes, how about, I know that you have access to some questions, Rath. Why don't we start that right now?
Okay. So Judge Ruiz, as Marjorie mentioned, much of this is not front page news anymore, but the information that is available is incredibly valuable. Are there resources or outlets that you would suggest that that all of us here in the audience follow in order to keep our fingers on the pulse?
You know, the information that we get about what is happening is many times from people who are on the ground or groups who are working there. And it, as I said, it changes from day to day, and it tends to be kind of informal. So it's not clear to me exactly what the person who asks the question, what kind of information they want. There is a lot that has been written about what has occurred. There is perhaps less being written about, other than in this kind of forum, as to what is actually happening and what is likely to happen. I know what Dr. Samar probably has a much better sense of what could be a good kind of public source of information about that. Dr. Samar, do you have a suggestion?
Well, I think unfortunately the situation is not very much in favor of the Afghan people and Afghan women for evacuation. The resources are getting reduced, and the attention is reduced because of the current war, which, as I said, that they do deserve the attention. But we should not forget about Afghanistan as well, because it is a problematic one. Number two, I think we are forced to leave the country, but is it the solution? And I think the solution, in my personal view, is that we have to push these people and keep them accountable rather than evacuating all of us, including myself, I think. I mean, we need to be inside in order to bring some changes.
Without continuing to put the women in danger, which is what's
exactly.
Which is
yes, we have to be distinguish between the risk at their life, because we do not want all of them to be killed. And also
I think that's a good idea. Yes.
The Taliban will be happy because they keep saying, when they came to our house, they had my photograph on their phone without scarf. So imagine I'm wearing scarf now in the US. And showing to my brother that how can you claim that you are the brother of this non-Muslim infidel?
So I'm sorry, Dr. Samar.
It is so difficult, but I think we also have to find ways to support them inside Afghanistan.
Absolutely.
Besides the one who are in danger to get out of the country. But we need to also, that's why I insist that we should support them through education. Every possible means, like providing a computer for a young girl is a mean of empowerment, is a mean of resistance against Taliban and ignorant people.
You're talking about basics, and I think I absolutely agree.
Yep.
So we don't have much time left, and I want to get to as many questions as we can. So what I was going to suggest, and Marjorie, if I could just ask you to keep an eye on the clock while we're here in the Q&A period. I was going to suggest that maybe I will just ask a number of questions, and Judge Rees and Dr. Samar, if you don't mind scribbling down what the questions are, and then you can just try to answer, as many as you can, as briefly and quickly as you can, with the understanding that we certainly won't get to everything. So one question was from someone who is filing asylum applications, and in expressing concern that the information that we're getting coming out of Afghanistan that we would use to develop the asylum applications is being screened through a chilling effect, that we're not getting information that makes it clear just how dire the situation is, or how dire it would be if women return. So if you could speak to that. We also have a question, actually a couple of questions, probably for you, Judge Rees, although I'm sure Dr. Samar could eliminate them as well. People have heard stories about the sewer that you talked about, Judge Rees, and if you could just talk a little bit about, to the extent you can, security concerns understood, about, about how you determined what the safe routes were and about that sewer, and also how negotiating the gate at the airport. We've heard you talk about using, secret codes, and if you could just tell us a little bit about the nuts and bolts of that. And you expressed your frustration with the military, I guess the US military. And I gathered that there were other military forces that were helpful, and to the extent, again, consistent with security, you can talk about that. And then another question kind of touches on something that you were just speaking about. To the extent that they've had a chance to think about it, do the Afghan women judges, and I suppose other, accomplished, educated Afghan women who have escaped the country already, do they want to return to Afghanistan?
Can I ask you a real quick question, because I'm doing I have the hook here. When do you want me to break in, wrap it up, and ask for their final thoughts? And at about 3 minutes of?
Yes, that would be terrific.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll watch.
Judge Rees, do you want to start?
Yeah, I will very quickly try to just hit each one of these. As with respect to whoever's filing asylum applications, as a judge, of course, I'm never going to give you any legal advice, but what I can tell you is, what I can tell you from our own experience, because we're helping the judges kind of put what we get threat letters, or rather an assessment of the risk situation, is that you talk about whether there's a chilling effect because there's a kind of a screening of the information that's coming out. I mean, obviously the people you're trying to help are the best source, but keep this in mind, that in a sense, they have been kind of conditioned by even their prior experience to threats and risk, so that even things that they might consider to be normal would in fact help in their asylum application. So you really need someone who is trained and sensitive to ask questions, because this is an experience we've had.
And you have to be extremely careful that everything is absolutely correct.
You have to be careful that everything is correct and that you do not give kind of a partial explanation at one point, which you then supplement, because that might be considered later on to be somewhat of an inconsistency. And so, yes, you do need to get trained and get people who know what they're doing. One of the things that we have done with wonderful assistance from pro bono lawyers and law firms is that once the judges are on a certain track for an immigration process, we are having lawyers assigned for them so that they have their individual lawyer representing them and looking out for their interests. I mean, we can take things up to a point, but then, it really has to be someone who represents them. As far as the sewer and negotiating the gate at the airport, how do you get there? There were, even though on the one hand, I can say that the government as such was not particularly responsive or nor organized, there were individuals who were incredibly helpful, including people, the US military, who were at the airport in Kabul, who were giving us real information as to what the best way was to get in. And like I said, we were getting real-time information and conveying it in real time to our judges. We had a judge's family at the Abbey Gate about an hour before that bomb went off. Mm-hmm. And there had already been some concern about that, was already kind of making the rounds, that it was not a safe place to be. And we were able to tell them, get out of there. Many times we were encouraging to stay, to keep going, because we knew how hard it was. But, and part of the problem was, it was so hard for us to assess what's good information and what isn't good information. All we could do is, to the best we could, rely on our sources and try to be cautious while trying to make the best of an opportunity. It was really, really hard. The way this worked is that there would be soldiers at the gate, and the gates would open, infrequently. And it's not like they announced, tomorrow the gate's going to be open from 2 to 3. No, you had to be kind of out there and see when it opened, and then go in. We did receive very good support from the Polish military. A number of our judges were able to be evacuated on Polish military planes. And a lot of this was being done as, it was really all being put together on the fly. There were lawyers and judges in Warsaw who were communicating with their people who were in Kabul, and who were communicating with me here, and maybe somebody in New Zealand, and we're communicating with our judges on the ground there. Well, one of the things there would be Polish soldiers up on the wall of the airport. And the part of the trick was to see if someone on the wall or at the gate would recognize you and would help. The soldiers would not leave. They were under strict instructions. They couldn't come out and get you. But if they saw you approaching the gate, and when I say the gate, it's not like the airport gate where you go to board your flight. No, The gate is still outside the airport. It's even to get into the area of where you could then go into the airport, okay? So what some of the very creative people in Warsaw, together with the Polish soldiers, put together was either, and many of the judges, frankly, didn't know where Poland was. And so we told them, well, use the colors of the Polish flag, and we would tell them wear something that's the colors of the Polish flag. But we eventually came to this, and I'm going to do it right now with my pencil, because this is exactly what happened at the time, in real time. They said, tell the judges to put a P on this part of their hand and a J for judge. And this is the way they did the J. Okay? And so if I go back and I look at my WhatsApp, because we were then using WhatsApp, we've now moved to something that's supposed to be more secure. I actually did this same thing, and I sent it to the judges who were outside the airport. I said, make these markings on your hand, and as you get close, put it out there, show it to them so that they will recognize you, and you will be identified to them as someone they're going to help to get in and onto a flight. I mean, this is how we literally were doing it. It was a Sharpie at my dining room table, writing this, sending it on WhatsApp to the judges on the ground. And we have pictures of the judges showing this to the Polish soldiers. So this is how a lot of this was done. And some of it—
That is fantastic. That's honestly, the next time you write something up, you've got to include that in it.
I have these pictures that we sent at the time, and it was, and the same thing with Spain. You know, the Spanish were trying to help. We unfortunately were never able to get judges through to any of the who could board the Spanish flights, but they were trying. They were trying. Do the Afghan women judges who have escaped want to return? Yes. They still hope, and that is their aspiration. I mean, they worked very hard, and we talk about it that way. Even those who are now in a secure place, kind of permanently resettled, they are seeking to advance their education. They're obviously concerned about their children and their families and making sure that they have a future. But you know, they're all very much wanting to go back.
That's clearly what Samar was saying over and over and over again. Can you pick that up, Samar? You want to go back. I mean, this is not, it's not just the judges that want to return, although I'm sure there are many of them.
Yes.
But Afghanistan is your home.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's why I'm saying that I personally gone through a lot of problem during the 44 years of war I was fighting with all the regimes, including the past regime on issues of human rights. But I'm willing to go back because that is the truth. That is the reality. We want to be there. We want to bring changes in that country. The final word that I would like to say is that the people in Afghanistan and the women in Afghanistan deserve to live with dignity. And I would end up my comment is that we need to acknowledge the existence of women and include them and then support them. In some of the cases, they put women in a position, but they don't support. And to make the case of women a failure, that they cannot do the work. So I stop here and thank you so much. And
No, that's fine. And you actually, this is a rare occurrence where you have answered the question before I've asked it.
Okay.
Really, that's a really hard thing to do. Thank you very much. Bless your heart. So let me turn to Vanessa, if you don't mind. What is your final thought?
Well, my final thought is really a request, and the comment was made, why are we not hearing about this? Please keep it top of mind. I know there's a lot competing, but let's not forget about Afghanistan. Let us not forget about the women and girls in Afghanistan. Let us not forget about the women judges of Afghanistan. Let's keep talking about it. Let's bring it up If you know people, talk about it, who can help. It's important. We can't just turn away.
Thank you so much. You were wonderful, and I learned so much. Let me throw it back to Judge Ridgway, who is just a wonderful carbon-based Homo sapien. What do you think?
Well, I want to join you, of course, in thanking our two incredible speakers. Please, everyone, hands up. Let's applaud them for joining us today.
Unmute yourselves and applaud. Yes,
exactly. Thank you so much to our two amazing speakers. And I would also like everyone to please join me in applauding our wonderful moderator, Congresswoman Marjorie Margolis, who has done such a spectacular job, an hour and a half, and we actually started a tiny bit early, has truly just flown by, and I think that we could all stay here for the rest of the afternoon. I want to thank the New York City Bar again, and I want a shout out, a very brief shout out to the City Bar staff, including, certainly not limited to, but including Martha Harris, who has provided so much behind the scenes support, as well as Kevin Harris, I'm sorry, Kevin, not Harris, Kevin, who has provided the tech support for us all today and reminded us when we need to come on screen and when we need to mute. Very, very special thanks to Catherine Van Kampen and her committee and her team for putting today's conference together. Once again, we wish all of you a very happy International Women's Day and a very happy International Day of Women Judges. And so, as Judge Reese said, on Thursday, as you mark International Day of Women Judges for the first time ever, please use the opportunity to speak out about the Afghan women judges and the Afghan women more generally, but let's not let them be eclipsed by Ukraine or by anything else, because we know that something will eclipse Ukraine too. So let's keep them at the forefront. And then every year on March 10th, when we celebrate. I mean, March 8th has now been ingrained, seared in our conscience, and that's a wonderful thing. Let's make sure the same thing happens as to March 10. Every year on March 10, remember the International Day of Women Judges and talk to your friends about it until it too becomes just like March 8th, something that happens every year that we all look forward to. And remember Judge Ruiz and her Qatari colleagues who made this happen. It's a wonderful illustration, just as we've heard, the many accomplishments of Dr. Samar, that one person really can make a difference, even though, as Judge Ruiz said, there's always a village behind it. But and most of all, maybe remember that you were here. You were here with Judge Ruiz herself and with Dr. Samar to celebrate the very first, and with the New York City Bar to celebrate the very first International Day of Women Judges. So thank you for joining us for Escape from Kabul. Thank you for joining us for the 3rd Annual International Law Conference on the Status of Women. We look forward to welcoming you to the conference next year as we celebrate International Women's Day and the International Day of Women Judges for 2023, inshallah, in a more peaceful world. Ciao, everybody.